A dad joke. What's your best dad joke?
I don't know. I got jokes. Kind of. I used to do them in my videos all the time.
So you got to have the best one. That's how we start off every show. You gotta pay homage to all the amazing dads out there.
The dad god.
Hey, did you hear about that old lady cat that bit into a lemon?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, now it's a sourpuss.
I get it. Need a
Hold on.
No, the other one, the drum.
No, the other one, man. How dare you disrespect
Jesse has
like
the
that.
drum. No, that was awesome.
That's what it's called.
Culture's here, everybody. Buckle up. We're ready to go.
Let's go.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Julie, hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on, I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Leslie, guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Woo!
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We're here with episode 109 of the Midweek Hump, or the Midweek Pump and Dump, as Culture Casino dubbed the show.
That's not a bad name.
He's not wrong. We were thinking of rebranding. Maybe that's what we do. The Midweek Pump and Dump. No, we're happy to be here. It's Wednesday. I keep thinking it's Thursday. I think I talked to about 6 or 7 people today. And every time I was like, yeah, we'll be here tomorrow or maybe next week. And they looked at me like, today's only Wednesday. So
it's been a slow. This is like the slowest week I've experienced in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, well, we got a midweek holiday. It's some kind of teenth thing. And
Yes.
It jacked up my day because I went to the post office to mail Knucklehead a thing. And they're like, not open.
sorry about it.
I was like, dude, I made a trip to the freaking post office. Can't do nothing.
Were they really sorry?
No,
they were not sorry. No mother truckers there. It was like, all right, all the gates are locked up and stuff. I was like, come on now.
They were out grilling, frying chicken and shit like that.
I don't know. It's pretty vanilla in my area.
I know. Trust me, I know.
I'm not that that's a racial thing, but I have a question. What did the beach say when the tide came in?
Nothing. It just waved.
No, it said long time no see.
Oh, there's 2 answers to that. Nice.
That was good.
Thank you very much. All right. Did we start the show yet?
We did, but I have one more. What did the DJ name his son?
MC.
Eric.
I get it. This guy.
And what was his middle name, Shags?
Eric.
Why are turkeys always drummers in bands?
Because they have the best drumsticks.
Boom.
Yeah, I did it. See, that's like.
Wow.
Those are some proper jokes. So we need Culture Casino.
We're trying to retain viewers, not scare them off.
Oh, all right. Okay. Hey, I recorded videos today. That was terrifying. I hadn't done that in like a week because I got sick. And I think I lost my touch because like 8 people watched like a video I made today. That's like you know.
It was
So-
probably YouTube because you weren't doing something for a while, and YouTube kind of throws you out of the algorithm for a bit. It's complete horseshit, but yeah, it does happen from what I hear. Like the creators can take a break and then they just drop off. But
okay, well, if you like go to the
back.
hospital because you're gonna die and then you don't die, like, you shouldn't
YouTube
be
doesn't give a
penalized for that.
shit. They want you to make money for them.
That's fine. Look, and yeah, I mean, and I've been on some shows this week, not as many shows as normal. I have to ramp back up into like being awake.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
You were
I know
away,
you
right?
understand. Well, yeah. I mean, I went and watched ice melt. Let me tell you, you are either have too much money, or B, have too much time, or C, all of the above to go fucking watch ice melt.
But isn't
Why are you
it?
watching ice melt?
What now?
Why are you watching ice melt?
I don't know. There were these things called glaciers that I was told back in the 90s were going to be fucking gone. Lying assholes.
Nope, they came back stronger.
Yeah, I know. There's like way more ice there than before. Dude, we were like, we were dodging ice on this boat. I'm like, oh shit, that's big ice. I'm like thinking this is going to be Titanic all over again, and I cannot find a wooden door. I wouldn't share it anyway. Just saying.
Was it actually scary? Like, were you?
No.
Like, were you not? But I mean, were you close to these glaciers or
Yeah.
no?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, dude, there's giant chunks of ice floating by your shit. You're like, hey, that's big. And remember, like iceberg, like what you see, like floating around you, that's like the little part. Like the bigger part is below the surface. And
Right.
yeah, and it's blue. That bullshit. That is not bullshit. That's real. Like if when the sun hits it from like the backside, it's like blue. It's like blue ice.
Tell me
Seriously.
again about the backside.
The backside is blue. I'm blue, ba ba dee ba boo da.
The blue backsides. That's the entire Smith Village. But
Well, actually, I thought it was more like the subplot of Avatar, but it's fine.
Well, we're glad to have you, Culture. This is we've been doing this for a while, and we haven't had you on yet. And this is
Wait, I wasn't here before.
He was
we
on
haven't
in the
had you
early
on.
days,
Wow, you've
for
been here
sure.
before.
If we
Was it-
didn't
it was
do that in our early days, then we severely messed up.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, I mean, normally, normally, if I'm going on a stream this time of night, it's some kind of political baloney sausage that's definitely going to get me canceled or killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what platforms are we on? Because normally I would have to end that sentence within Minecraft.
YouTube and Rumble.
Oh, okay. So I need to start using Minecraft references more. Okay,
Yes.
fair enough. Okay.
Yep.
YouTube's so damn pathetic with that. It's ridiculous.
Hey,
Yeah.
it's gonna get worse. You're gonna get community noted, sheep. Enjoy that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, YouTube notes. They're stealing that so that they can cancel creators faster.
Oh, like demonetize them essentially on.
Yeah. So it's gonna be like, creators are gonna abandon YouTube like fast. Right. And then I'm going to become Uber troll. Because like while I'm trying to live over on the green machine with everybody else that's trying to live on the green machine, I'm gonna be like targeting all the knuckleheads over here that lie their asses off. Like especially the DIY motherfuckers who are like, yeah, just put some cock in it. Fuck you. That is not what you do, bitch. You gotta you fucking seal that up, I'm just saying. And then like the plumbing bullshit that I see on YouTube, I'm like, no, if you reduce it at that point, you're going to have giant clogs from like your mother-in-law's ass showing up every time she comes over for Thanksgiving. No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see too much of the plumbing stuff. I see more of the carpentry stuff.
Same thing, man. They're mostly wrong. Be
Are they?
terrified.
I'm inclined to believe that.
Be terrified. Like there's some good guys out there, like Stumpy Nubs, like that dude. If you're looking at a DIY wood guy, that dude fucking balls out great. Some of the metal dudes, I'm like, God dang, you know how to weld. But for the most part, it's like, no, that's gonna fall apart quick. It might kill somebody. Stop it.
My favorite TikTok account to watch is this guy. He does home inspections in New York. I don't even know his name, but like he pops up all the time and he's like, all right, let's go look at this. And it's like he just points out all the most insane crap that people are trying to pass off, or like they're like trying to, like they're fixing the cracks on their foundation, but like clearly it's brand new and you could just see the shifting and the step cracking. And he's like, I don't even know how these people were living in here. It's so bad.
So there was a person I knew, they were wanting to buy a rental house, right? So I went over, got up on the roof. Thing was a fucking trampoline. I'm like, no, don't buy this. This needs a whole new roof.
Yeah.
Because it's not supposed to, I'm not supposed to be able to get air when I,
Right.
bounce on it.
Right.
And not just a new roof, but like new decking, everything.
Gonna need some stuff.
Right.
This gonna need some money on it, Okay.
Just get a new house.
Well, you could probably save the house. Anyway, the whole point is like, you're some of the DIY stuff on YouTube, great. Like, how to fucking change your tire on the freeway. Good idea. That's a good one. And know how to do that, right?
Mhm.
Ladies, anyway. But like rebuild a carburetor. It's 50-50 because you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and then you have to buy a new carburetor anyway. But there's stuff. Oh, and like, I mean, it's hard to fuck up brakes on a car. Like that's hard to screw up. You can probably do brakes on a car.
Yeah.
Drum and disc are pretty straightforward.
Right.
Anyway, regardless, wow, how did we get here? Do you normally do like topics or anything, or am I?
Yeah, well, we talk about just about everything. I mean, we just kind of bring stuff up as it comes to us. A lot of times we'll deviate and
I used to have a guy on that is my editor that seems to have disappeared. His name is Mr. Grant Gregory. He got like 500,000 subscribers and now won't give me the time of day.
he became important and he left. He was like,
He
you know
became
what?
important.
Yeah.
Okay. He's one of my friends. I love that guy.
We miss Grant when he's not here.
Yeah, I miss him.
Right now he's listening. He's like, yeah, I knew it, motherfuckers.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Sheep's better half isn't here. I mean, this show seems like it's been like cut down to the small and curlies, and I feel like the Clippers are coming for the rest of you.
We're kind of it might, but
Hey man, I'm Jewish. They already came for me.
we're going.
Sorry, man. I'm black.
Well, yeah. Where's those are Titan curlies then. Anyway, we also had this other person was supposed to be here. Has a really weird hat.
Oh, that fucking flake. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what he might be doing that I forgot?
I really don't want to hear it.
Are you sure? Wait.
Okay, maybe.
Are you sure?
I knew that was coming.
Somebody
just
get
moved.
that a gift.
He just moved. So
Again, that dude moves like a gypsy. The hell?
yeah, so it's possible he's dealing with something like that, because I know earlier in the week or this past weekend he was having PC problems. He could be moving. He's got 1,000 kids. So
and he keeps making more. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like there's a way to stop that. By the way, I figured that one out.
Don't put it in.
I'm just nah, man. There's this rhythm thing. Apparently, you just have to get into a rhythm when you've got the blues.
Mm.
I didn't realize that was a Blue Ball song. Get a rhythm when you got the blues. Get a rhythm. See, it was just a guy trying to like figure it out.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
This is my skeptical face.
All right, I've screenshotted that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's another good gift right there. No, I mean, besides you watching ice melt, anything else you've been up to recently that
I saw bears.
Okay, you saw bears. You got to weigh in now.
All right.
Man or bear?
Man, all the time. You know what? That's a weird thing, because I did a story like that on the 6 Minute Daily, like because like a lady got totally like eaten by a bear.
Yeah. Yep.
I was like, I did that story. I was like, okay, ladies, don't pick the bear. It doesn't
There was-
turn out well.
Sounds really simple.
Yeah, well,
However,
it's funny that they're like that this was even a topic that was going around and people seriously are like debating it. But there's a guy I watch, he talks statistics all the time. He's brilliant with numbers, but he actually broke down like the numbers of like bear sightings in women versus like how many times a woman sees a man every day, because there's like a guy legitimately trying to like make an excuse as to why the bear was safer, and he was like, you're absolutely insane by the numbers. Like, she's far safer even around a man she doesn't know than to be around a bear. Like, this is crazy. We shouldn't even be talking about this. I love when people do stuff like that. It's one of the magic. It's like the magic of the internet right now. There's always somebody talking about some insane shit and then someone else like refuting it. And I love it. It's just great.
Well, what I love is numbers and facts and shit. It's
Yeah.
like, and that's the other thing. It's like, let me show you how dumb you are. That's the best moment of the internet. It's like, you are this dumb. And by the way, I mean, that's what we have games journalists for.
Journalists.
Yeah. Games journalists are there for us to say, God, you're dumb. Let me show you why.
Yes.
Yeah, it's fantastic. The games journalists make me happy. In fact, I'm dropping a video tomorrow about Smash JT and all of the attacks that he's gone under, and also like his website now has a sole section dedicated to Kakapu. Yeah, the website Kakapu.
There you
Yeah, yeah, it's fantastic stuff.
go. Cockapoo. May as well be cockapoo.
What's going on, McCracken?
Oh, Robbie, what's up?
He's been pumping out those memes, dude. Great work, dude.
Dude's a meme machine.
Oh, he's
meme
great.
Meme machine.
Machine.
Dude, I have some great artists now sending me stuff for T-shirts and stuff, like me as Hobo Gandalf, like because you would believe that, right? I could be Hobo Gandalf.
Yeah.
Okay.
It explains the hat.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I actually have a better hat than this for Hobo Gandalf. I'm going to cosplay Hobo Gandalf. If I ever get to 25K, which doesn't seem like YouTube will let me do, I will be Hobo Gandalf. And apparently stop smoking unfiltered. Wow, the fuck was that?
You smoke unfiltered cigarettes? No, you don't.
No. I don't smoke. But but the joke was the cough. See, the cough was
Smoker's cough.
Yeah.
Speaking of journalists, I wanted to bring this up. I'll show it real quick. I don't know if any of you guys follow this guy, but he, well, kind of pissed me off because this is an example of journalists completely missing the mark on.
Oh, from the Surgeon General guy.
Yeah. So Rex Hupke, he writes for USA Today. He's a crazy lib. And
does he have pronouns in the bio?
He might. No, he doesn't.
Imagine my shock. He's a liberal.
Co-founder of Enemy. What was that?
So he's the very serious USA Today humor-ish columnist, hypocrisy enthusiast, woke mob, co-founder, enemy of the people, 2017 to present.
Okay, I believe that. He definitely is enemy of the people.
Yes. But he wrote this article, and I made sure to go in and read the article just so I wasn't being
reactionary or fooled by the hyperbole of it all. Yeah,
exactly. So, but essentially, this is what the whole article is about. Surgeon General smartly wants to put a warning on social media sites. So I have drafted language Congress should use. Surgeon's General warning: turn away, beyond here be monsters. This really is like what he writes about.
All hope.
Well, and he's not wrong, but like the real issue that I've heard like discussed about this, and one of the great podcasts you can listen to is the Abigail Schreier podcast with Joe Rogan, the recent one. You can also listen to Jonathan Haidt's stuff on social media and its effect on young women, the studies he did. Like, he doesn't mention any like actual studies. He just goes on and says there's mean people on social media, so don't go on there, and there's mean conservatives. And like, this is a huge problem because these people are supposed to actually be writing news, because he's right. Like, social media is not good for teenagers and young adults, but he's writing from a very, very wrong perspective. Like, it's like there's actual things going on in young kids' brains that we have to worry about, and we're not even addressing.
Well, I mean, you're dealing with like chemical reactions due to interactions that are happening in young minds, changing their brain structure because of the feedback loop that social media creates.
Yes.
And you're also fudging with just everybody's attention span, and many other things with social media.
Yeah.
So, and that includes like shorts that are like, just prevalent everywhere, with like silly things like AI, like robots kicking like soccer balls, or like
it was a football
punching people.
Nice try.
Hey, it's Grant.
Hey, my dude.
I was waiting for him to show up so I could do that bit. But anyway, but the whole point is that you're right. I mean, that's the thing that scares me to death is I know that my brain's being recoded subtly because of my engagement with social media, which is why I try to limit it. But kids don't know that, and parents can't monitor it. And so, putting a warning on social media is great and all, but how about we don't give kids phones until they're like quasi adults?
Right.
I
mean,
didn't
they'll
need one.
find another way. You got tablets, you got computers. I mean, if kids will go to their friends' houses and things like that. I mean, there's always ways for kids to get access to things.
I mean, they got smart fridges that have internet on it. You're not going to be able to stop your kids from.
Yeah, you want to
finding a
escape it.
device.
Okay,
I mean,
don't buy that fridge. Okay, don't fucking buy that fridge.
You don't need a smart fridge
So-
anyway.
Yeah, there's another way to keep food cold.
What you
Casino wants you to live like a
expect me to
caveman.
look at my fridge and determine how much orange juice I have left? I can't do
Yes.
Open the fucking
that.
door.
That's too much.
Open the door and look at
Are
it.
you paying my power bill? You know how much bright that light is inside that fridge?
Yeah, I look at it
Culture
all
has
the
a
time.
turns off.
cellar. Culture has a cellar. He doesn't have a freezer.
Yeah, use a root cellar.
He just
You
goes
didn't say the
downstairs.
word properly. It's root.
Root
Root
cellar.
cellar. Come on now.
He prefers the term dungeon also.
Well, yes, but
That's
just
for
ignore,
alternative
just
purposes.
More
ignore
like
that.
fungin.
Just ignore the college girls soccer team that's down there. Okay. Go with
Excuse me.
that.
What up, Larry? Whatever, Larry. Was it
Larry.
Nazar? Whatever his name is.
Nazar. No,
Nazar.
that was an Olympic team. No, you don't want to get involved with those like gymnastics girls. That is not good. Larry Nazar.
Nazar, yeah.
That was a very bad man. He was a very bad man. He made Ted Bundy look like a friend.
Right.
Pal.
He made him look like Al Bundy.
Yeah.
That too.
Yeah. No bueno. Yeah. Oh, and you know what? By the way, when I asked for the pump and dump link, Grant did send it to me. So thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no, really, I did that whole article. Like, there's no point in going through it because, like I said, if you look at it, it says what he writes there, which is surprising. Usually, it's a clickbait sort of, headline, and then you get in there, and he's like, "Oh, he does bring it up."
His perspective is effective with adults, but when it comes to children, I'm with you all the way. I mock people who are like, "Well, protect me from myself." Yeah, don't fucking go in the shower with a hairdryer, dumb fuck. That's not going to work out well.
Yeah.
That's the start.
Yeah, but and that's the other problem, right? At what point are we done protecting people from their own selves? There's something called accountability, and everybody keeps trying to remove it from other people.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
not
so
do
that
that.
way the government can take control.
The
of this
government
thing.
is
That's-
not the government's not there for that purpose. And you're right, Grant. That's what they're trying
I don't
to
think
do.
they know that that's not their purpose, though.
No, that's why we need less government. Then they bumble about with shit that you could do. Like try to make sure that the water doesn't poison us. Let's worry about that. Let's worry about whether or not, the train's running on time. That's the shit you can do. All right. Let adults handle everything else, because I promise you, in a free market, people are going to figure shit out. They're going to make planes safe. They're going to try to get the trains around on time. They're going to do all these things because it makes them more money.
I like money.
I
That's
like
pretty
money
cool.
too.
Speaking of money,
Hey,
Mo Zamboni,
Zamboni, my dude.
$2 with the awesome
Hail to
profile
you, my
picture.
friend.
I know that guy.
Yeah. Said, "What's up, guys? Hail Common Sense and Legion of Memers."
One of the newest members of the Legion of Memers, and I am very happy to have him. Great dude.
My new nickname's Common Sense. I love that. I like that. All right.
Yep.
Common sense culture right here. Fuckers.
The CCC.
Well, that makes me sound awfully close to like a problem.
Yep.
No, I think you're the farthest
if you
thing
would
from
ever
a
do
problem.
a cinematic project, your initials would be the CCCP.
Okay, I like that. That's a little bit better. I got the extra C.
Yeah.
C. By the way, C is for cookie, and that's good enough for me. So.
Cookies are good.
See, like
He did it all for the nookie.
Stop it. You said cookie.
By the way, I resisted the temptation to create a video today for episode 4 of fucking the Wokalite bullshit. Of I did it all for the Wookiee. Yeah, the Wookiee. Yeah, so you can take that something. Yeah, I would be fun.
Wookiee and shoot him off screen.
has
No, they spliced his fur, and as you know, lightsabers are deadly now. Again,
Wait,
I think
lightsabers
as long as you're not
kill?
stabbed.
Yeah, I
I
thought
don't
it was
know
like
because I haven't seen it, nor do I give a shit about it.
kitchen knife will kill you. Lightsaber,
Yeah,
not so much.
I mean, if you get stabbed with a butter knife, it has been known to be deadly.
Yeah.
Wait, so I haven't seen. I'm not gonna watch the show.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is.
I know. I do. I watch it vicariously, I should say, through other creators, Disbrew, ads, and whatnot. Mauler. Did the Wookiee dude die?
Yeah, dude, he died off screen.
Yeah, Kellanaka.
Off screen?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Yep.
no, like you.
That
watch
is-
him-
See him rip some motherfucker's arm off because Wookiees are like badass
Yeah,
creatures.
He was
You didn't
sitting
see him
down in his
fucking
chair
go ape
doing
shit.
nothing,
Yeah.
Just died.
this-
and he got
That-
a little tiny slice about. I wouldn't even say it was maybe
I
half
feel
an
like
inch
it-
deep
I
in his
feel-
stomach,
I
and
feel
that killed
like-
him.
I feel like it was too precise to be like Jawas. It had to have been, or Sand People. It had to be like a
Yeah, that's a
stormtrooper.
politically correct term. Sand people.
Yeah,
The sand
fuck.
people, yeah.
Yeah.
Some sand. But what I was gonna say is like
Sheep nuts.
yeah, some sand. But the Wookiee,
That's what
the
Claude
Wookiee
calls
just
them.
died. The Wookiee died off screen. That
Yep.
is absolutely fucking embarrassing.
Hey, well, I mean, minorities, they don't forget, their due.
Fair enough.
Dude, Mr. Conehead said some dumb shit too in this last
Oh,
episode.
Mr. Conehead, who was born, Mr. Conehead,
That's
who
not
was
even
alive
born
40
yet.
years before he was born.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, I was trying to do math today. I'm like, wait, 137 BBY.
So you know
What
what they're
now?
gonna do? They're gonna make him have a kid that's born in that year, and he's gonna look the same, and he's gonna have the exact same name.
Chewbacca.
Oh Lord.
And he wouldn't
Maybe-
have told his kid that motherfuckers, 2 twins showed up here and fucked our shit up.
maybe he was force projecting or like his force ghost before he was born. Maybe
Oh,
that's the
Lord.
explanation.
Yeah, but wait, no, that was a hologram, bitches.
So then, how did he die in Order 66?
And I don't know, Order 69. I
Very
can't-
emotionally.
Yeah.
He saw what was going on. He was like, I must go to.
I was
Yeah,
dude, honestly
he pulled a Luke, dude. He forced so hard that he just exploded.
Damn.
I was really
I'm telling you right
surprised.
now, it happened to Elvis. I mean, I believe what happened. So,
He pulled Luke.
yeah.
Well,
yeah.
no, Luke pulled.
Luke pulled
Anyway.
an Elvis. He was
Anyway.
forcing too hard.
Yeah.
He was saying,
I just was surprised how I just don't understand how someone looks at that show and goes, "Yep, we're good. Everything is fine. Details are there.
He
Everything
felt
makes
like Han
sense."
Solo in the prison cell.
Yeah,
Like,
dude, it's
Hey,
the
everything's
meme
fine
of the
here.
yeah, the dog with everything burning around it. That's literally them. This is
Yeah.
fine. In fact, no,
No.
this is better than when it was not on fire.
No, I was thinking it was that that meme that the one newscaster guy and the building's still on fire. He's like, and everything is just fine. It's just so as you can plainly see. Just don't worry about the smoke.
We're good. We're good.
This makes me want to celebrate the sequel trilogy because there's so much.
That's bad.
So much more sense.
You think that's why they're doing it? They're just making it so bad so people look back and you know what? Ray Skywalker wasn't that bad.
Roundhead Johnson, Jar Jar Abrams, we were wrong.
We were wrong.
This is
you
quite
might have been
literally
terrible, but you weren't this bullshit. God,
it's quite literally how Disney Star Wars self-immolates. Like they're sitting there in an interview, like just laughing about how gay this is and whatever, but no, Leslie, it doesn't matter. It's so bad, it's unwatchable. Like you can't even take it seriously. Like you sit there and think, is this satire? Because I don't even know how someone writes this seriously and goes, this makes sense. We're happy with this.
One person didn't write it. That's the problem. You literally had one person that wrote a scene where she says, I can't believe my sister is a Jedi scum, blah, blah, and then hands it over to the next person. She doesn't read what's previously happening and says, you know what, I've been walking around the jungle. I'm good now. My sister's right. I'm going to go turn myself in and go to jail for the rest of my life.
Oh, dude.
Between scenes.
It was weird. Like, apparently a walk solved that problem, right? It's like, oh, man, that walk really cleared my head.
Well, then all of a sudden the little girl goes, I'll kill you. And you're just like, what?
Oh, wait, no, that was episode 3. I was like, all right, I love you. You're not
That was
you're
the
not
one
leaving.
with the power of the Mexicans, the power of Juan and the power
Juan
of
and Manny.
The power of Dos.
At least we know who built the place now.
The power of Manny. Fuck that Manny guy. What a dick. That Manny guy.
I can't.
Mariachi band in the back while they're all doing the black magic dancing.
Okay, so somebody explain to me how everybody died in a fire but nobody's burned.
No.
Okay.
No.
They'll do that.
That's your explanation. Jedi are bad.
Yeah.
And even with let's just say for instance that they're going to play it up as the Jedi, it's bad, and you've got the guy that looks like Ryan Kendall as the Jedi that was killed in the second episode.
That just
so you're
drank
telling
poison.
You're telling me that
Grandmaster Baldy.
There was 16 years between
Grandmaster
whatever it is. There was 16 years between that point and to when he was killed.
Yeah.
He's taken a vow of silence for 10 years, which means that in those 6 years,
you took a fucking nap.
Yeah, in those 6 years, he was able to rise all the way up to a grandmaster,
right,
and have all this guilt and everything that put him in this vow of silence. Yet no one else detected it, and he also somehow passed all of his trials.
Yeah, he looked like a TikTok kid with that haircut, and then he's. I was like, what the fuck is this, dude?
I deep faked Ryan Kendall's face on it, and it barely even changed. They have the same face structure. Except he's a little bit fatter. That's it.
Go ahead.
No, please, Sheep.
I was about to say the sad fact of the matter is that it's possible to tell a story where a lot of the a good chunk of the story is it all happened in flashbacks. It's possible to do that, but they fuck up left and right with all of this stuff because there's time continuities or time.
They fucked that up. Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's time contrivances. There's events that they wrote don't happen the way that they're supposed to happen because they wrote it in a different way later on, and they just completely. It's just like you know what sounds good. We're gonna make a result happen, and then we're gonna figure it out backwards. But
actually, they fucking did that because this is funny because I normally don't watch other people's videos because they suck compared to me. But I was watching Disper's video today, and he's like, "Well, now this was not supposed to happen this way because bitch was supposed to be caught in this trap and not the fucking Sith guy, Manny Jacinto or whatever the fuck that guy's name is. Anyway, he was
Ezra.
Dollar store.
Ezra. Yeah. By the way, there's too many fucking Ezras now. right? So now I've got like good Vezra, bad Ezra, fuck Ezra. Nobody trusts fucking Ezra. But anyway, so apparently she was supposed to be caught in the leg snare, right? Not this guy.
That's
And
what
so
she said. And then the actor changed the director's mind and made him go in there. How would did the rest of everything change? She said no.
Yeah, no.
Everything else in the episode plays out the same way. How?
But wait. So did Manny Jacinto's Ezra bullshit fucking Sith douche canoe? Did that motherfucker go into the thing and shoot motherfucking Wookiee? That's the thing we didn't see. That was the off-screen kill. Was that motherfucker killing the Wookiee? Don't know.
No idea.
Like, who actually watched it and saw it, or at least a clip of it?
Nobody saw shit because fucking shit happened off screen. None of this shit makes sense. It's nonsensical. It's all exposition. That's the other fucking thing that bothers the shit out of me. And thank God this last episode was shorter. But it's like, okay, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you what I did. I'm going to tell that again. And then the next thing, I'm going to tell you what I did.
Like
I'm going to tell you how I did.
How about
what the fuck?
How about the whole fucking thing where they're going to see Grandmaster Nap, who's like
Tobias,
yeah, so they're all walking together, and then all of a sudden she stops and is like, oh, I hear something, and she goes, like, you think that she's going somewhere and being distracted. No, somehow she takes a shortcut.
Yeah,
and then they're not taking the shortest path. How does that even work? You think that something's going on.
You're supposed to move.
Her spider tingle went off.
You're supposed to move with urgency, and you're like, all right, let's take the longer route. But she knows.
Dude, you saw the size of that Jedi. He's never been able to move with urgency.
Fair enough.
I still don't think that Grandmaster Tongue Blaster is like we're ever gonna figure out why dude took the poison. I mean, like so far the Jedi are doing jack all.
It's
like and then Venestra, like fucking Harvey Weinstein's wife's wife is the green bitch, right? So the green bitch, Venetia, whatever the fuck, the Venestra, that chick,
Venetian,
right?
Yep.
She's like upset at like the only good person in this Soul, right?
Soul,
Soul's like the only good guy. Well, Soul, and I would give a little bit of credit to Jedi Knight Killmonger.
What about
he tries to stay on the street?
Well, I was thinking like midget blonde devil-headed like chick face thing.
Oh,
lesbian
X-23.
Jedi Padawan X-23.
Yeah, that one. I was thinking like she almost can act, but like I mean, like,
also, did you pick up that she's a lesbian now?
Oh no, she's
her and Osha are in a relationship.
See, listen. If you have a penis, fuck you. That's it.
Wait, what? Sounds.
Fuck yeah.
Don't do that. It's weird, man.
I hope you know you had something in your teeth.
Did you shrink your forehead then or something?
Dude, dude, I didn't want to see the spinach, but thanks. Anyway,
wait till you see the corn.
That's a different end.
I don't know how you guys see good acting through this terrible writing. Like, because is the writing so bad?
I was just saying there was
and I emote with my face. That's the thing. He's face acting. That's the difference between Soul and everyone else. Because he can't use his words properly. He uses his craft. He uses his face. He uses his body. It's a story that he's got, but he's doing what he can.
He's speaking phonetically, right, Grant?
Yeah.
So anyway, he's doing a good job, and like lady, midget, lesbian, blonde, horny chick. That's all I'm gonna call her.
There you go, the horny one.
Someone say lesbian?
Yeah, well,
I love them.
Yeah,
somebody,
my favorite kind of bean.
Put it on Tucker and Dale versus Evil and take that sound clip.
I'm just gonna say that she almost approached acting. Everybody else here is like, these are the words I'm supposed to say. I'm standing in the spot I'm supposed to say them, and I'm going to do it in the least engaging way possible. And that's what this fucking show is. And like, I can't believe any of these motherfuckers can hurt anybody with these light sticks that they're waving around.
Right.
You know, and then I watch like, you know, clearly Mother Annabellum, whatever the fuck that bitch's name is.
Anal Seed.
Anal Seed, yeah, Anal Seed, or whatever her name is. When she's like the Sith who, like, you know, master blasts them with the fucking Force, and I'm like, those are supposed to be fucking Jedi masters. You couldn't even budge them from their spot, bitch. And by the way, that is a chick, just so you know. The dude, and that is like the worst helmet I've ever seen. It's like somebody decided to take
Kylo
like
Ren.
Ultron and Iron Man and like squish the helmets together. And twist them a little bit and they give him an eye slit. That's the fucking thing that this is. And
that's why they call him Smilo Ren.
And then she floats in like fucking Mary Poppins or like Glenda the Good Witch. Yeah.
Let's say, you know, it's a woman, because that's a woman forced ability.
Well, it's definitely a chick. I mean, that's definitely. I think
it's the horny mother. I'm pretty sure.
No, I don't think it's the horny mother.
I think it's the other one.
Yeah, me too. I think it's the one that gives Chief Sidian a run for his money. But anyway.
And skin tone, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Human,
and she's the only one who can say yes.
Yeah, that bitch.
Yeah,
the bald head one.
That's what I was
saying.
But you got hair.
You know this. Oh, God damn it, you're so weak, Nogreenrocks. Anyway,
I agree with that. By the way.
You know the writing is bad when you have lines like, if you pass this test, you won't fail. Or what was it? Something like that. If you fail this test.
Okay, so this test has two possible outcomes.
Yeah.
Like, obviously. One's a pass, and the other ... is fail. Like, we know what the two are. You don't have to tell us.
Right. We get it.
And then she disappeared. She wasn't in the previous shot, and she wasn't in the shot afterwards.
But just wait a minute. I just want you guys to realize something. This is Disney Star Wars. They're writing for the lowest common denominator. There are people who are seeing this that never got graded in school.
Somehow.
2 + 2 = 5.
Hey, somehow, Ray Palpatine returns.
Somehow. It's her own movie.
Ray Patine. Oh, that didn't sound right.
Ray Patine.
That.
Oh God.
That is not okay. That sounds like a really bad, morning.
That sounds like what you do when you make a force baby in someone.
Oh no! Actually, it also sounds like a really bad breakfast drink to me. I'm just saying that out loud.
I like how I appreciate how online people's arguments in defense of the Acolyte is, you're just hating because it's not about Anakin or something like that. It's like, oh, you're mad, he's ruining his legacy, so on and so forth. And we're like, but he became Vader, and it's like, that doesn't mean that he doesn't have a legacy. What are you talking about?
Right.
Like, the fact of the matter is that he was Force Jesus who went wrong, and now you got two random ass twin bitches who one went wrong and the other one went less.
It just means that Smee Skywalker was a lesbian.
Yeah.
That's the problem with shoehorning in prequels. Like, it's cool to fill in the details with stories like, oh, what would happen? What happened before? But then you start like prequels. Your main movies, the sequel trilogy. We have that, but then you start trying to fit in these other stories, and as you said, Grant, they're not.
What was that move again?
Like,
okay,
like this. So, they start trying to do that. No, and it just and like Grant said, they're not written by one person, or they're written by many different people, and obviously these people don't care about the lore. But I mean, even besides that, once you start trying to go back, like I even saw today, they're going to make a movie that's like, it takes place 1,500 years before, like it's the very beginning of Jedi's. Like,
so what is it, like the Old Republic kind of thing?
No, like way before. Like
it's the beginning of the Let's Get High repugnance.
So it's like
basically
lightsabers had battery packs and all that.
It would basically be like when Homo sapiens were coming out of caves with.
So basically, what they're doing is they're making a movie about Earth.
There you go.
See, that's the weird thing. Like, if they're gonna go there, what character could they possibly destroy? Why would they even want to go there if they can't destroy a character?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, I mean, they already took care of Indiana Jones. Is there anybody else they can take care of?
Ooh.
Dude, they've got their claws in Doctor Who at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They ruined Doctor Who. They ruined
Yeah,
it.
but that one's hanging by a thread, dude.
They ruined Willow.
No, it's not. Have you seen the ratings? I did a video tomorrow. The first video coming out from my channel is the fact that thing can't pull 2 million people regularly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like the
That's what he said.
viewership on that is
He said it's
just
hanging on
declining
by a force.
rapidly.
I mean, a thread.
What happens is there's an episode where QT Gato doesn't cry, and then the very next episode,
Dude, there was one because he wasn't in it. He wasn't.
Yeah,
in
that was the only
episode.
one.
That's the only reason why he didn't cry.
Wasn't that the episode that did the best anyway?
The one that he's not in is the best score. It's the companion adventure. Oh, and actually, this last one was Ruby Sunday, although it didn't do as well as you would have hoped. And by the way, they magically have 1.4 million people that show up digitally on the +7/+4 screen. If you take a look at what the ratings work out to.
So with those ratings, all you need is 2 or 3 seconds of a play to count. So that's the reason why when you log on to it, when it's around that time, it starts playing the part of the episode, so you can go in and watch.
They're counting the people that go,
It's
I ain't watching this
prime
shit.
thing that they do.
Well, look, I just want to take a little time to acknowledge good landscaping, and there you go.
It's very good landscaping.
Well done.
Good landscaping.
Shout out to the landscaper for that
Yeah,
one.
I'm just saying.
Must be an older picture, because if it was a current picture, she'd have a penis.
I don't know about that. Anyway.
Or it might be under the bush. Who knows?
You have a micro peen?
No, because I remember the Bush era. There wasn't quite as much peen.
Yeah.
If you're gonna have a peen, you got to shave it so it looks bigger.
Did I say that out loud in front of people? That's
Well, yeah, that's. I mean, you mow the lawn, the yard looks big. Everyone knows that.
Hey, look, and if your lady has small hands, it looks enormous. So there you
go.
Well said. Well said.
That was a line in Deadpool too.
What's happening? What?
I said that was a line in Deadpool as well.
That's true.
When he got his arm like blown. Oh, he got his arm blown off and it started regenerating real slow. It's like, when I hold it, it looks bigger.
Oh yeah. Sheep, what was this link that you put in?
Oh, that was I mean, you could show it. I don't care, but like that was a I think it's like a BMW with like where the emblem pops out and it just like cleans the rear camera.
Actually, it actually looked like beer, but okay. I mean, it's a German car, Bavarian Motorworks. It makes sense.
Yeah, I just decided to make a joke. I decided to make a joke out of it. Is all.
Oh,
because I'm good at making jokes out of stuff.
Okay, okay.
Oh.
Stop it! It's gross. That is disgusting.
So that's out the back door, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a German car, so it needs fart sounds.
Clean my camera.
I don't think that's what it's doing.
It is. There's a camera right
there.
Right here.
No, I'm pretty sure that's a beer dispenser.
I'm pretty sure it's a beer dispenser, but it's hitting the fucking car instead of spraying outward.
It seems very excessive. Right? Like,
how much fluid do you think that uses?
A lot.
I mean, some ladies use it seems like a lot of fluid.
Wait, I thought you were gonna pull up what I said, like the tweet that I said. Nonetheless,
yeah, hold on.
What did you send a tweet?
Yeah, I decided to make a commentary on it because I thought it was funny. It was the immediate thought that popped up in my head.
Hi, Dubs, when Anissa is playing with her friends.
Oh my god, dude.
Makes sense if you wiping the camera clean of all fluid.
Now you're getting me involved in some kind of beef. Thanks.
It's true. The College Casino hates iDubbbz and they want to do a boxing match. Let's set it up.
Oh, sweet. iDubbbz is gonna lose.
I don't know who that is.
Of course iDubbbz gonna lose. He lost to old dad fella.
I'm pretty old. So
yeah.
Yeah, but you're at least a man.
That's where you win. You give him the disappointed face, and he wouldn't even want to throw hands.
That's the other thing is like that's my bread and butter. I don't know if you know that, but like I will disappointed face you.
Listen, the easiest way to make him cry, just tell him that you won't fuck his wife, and that'll put him in tears.
Okay, well, I mean, is this the guy that's like with Lena the Plug or something?
No, that's Adam 22.
No, that's Adam 22.
All right, yeah, I feel bad for people like that.
Yeah, it's this guy iDubbbz. Like he used to be, he did edgy humor like throughout a lot of his YouTube career, and then like in the most recent couple years, for some reason he decided to do it to like turn for a new leaf.
He never hung out with that bass dude, Nick Merckx, right?
Did
No.
you just say Nick Merckx is based?
Pretty much more so now than ever.
Nick Merckx is one of the biggest grifters on the planet.
You think
I'm
so?
not surprised.
He's not based. It's put it this way: if everyone was talking about something completely different, that's what he would be going for.
Well, he's kind of financially based right now.
I mean, if you think about it,
what does that even mean? He's not even Jewish. How does that work?
No. I mean, I can't believe
Indian?
Rox is here for that one. No, dude got crushed with money by like that bullshit streaming thing, Kick or some shit.
He got a bunch of money from that other one that died.
That's what I just said. No, the one that just they wrote him a big fucking check.
I don't know.
He's been in the news recently because of his comments on trans people.
Yeah, but he just got wrote a big ass check from Kick. Kick, is that right?
Kick.
Yeah.
Are you sure Nick Merckx did?
Yeah, pretty sure.
It's an easy Google search. Watch this. Nick Merckx Kick contract.
Wow, $10 million deal. That was back in 2023, though.
That's last year.
I'm sorry, money doesn't disappear like that.
Oh yeah,
we're 6 months into the year, Shags. That wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
October 2023. Yep.
Yeah, that was right after the whole Activision shit.
Yeah, so I think he's all right. To say things.
No, he definitely is. These people are like I'm in agreement with Grant. I can watch them for entertainment value, and that's fine and dandy, but I'm not gonna go to them for my messaging.
Okay, so but if somebody wants to write me a $10 million check, I will be okay with that.
Same.
I'll write you one right now.
Okay.
You just
I'll be able to cash it. I got no money, but you didn't say that. You said you want someone just to write you one.
I will write Nogreenrocks a fake $10 million check for him to take off right now.
Yeah, I do. I do need to bounce.
Why?
I gotta get up early, like 4:30 early.
And I don't care. So for most people that are looking right now, Shags does not look like that when he shaves. I'm just gonna say it.
That's his Manscaped sponsorship.
Oh, he muted himself. I'm getting in trouble.
That's Shags during a money shot. That's what that is.
Oh wow! Did you hear about that lady that died?
Which one?
Well, no, the one she was like doing things with guys.
Oh yeah.
In Japan.
Yeah, the Japanese woman.
Yeah,
I mean, she was big in Japan, right? She was big in Japan, and sheep. Tell everybody what happened because it was not good.
Sheep, were you there?
No, but headline is that she drowned in a bunch of semen.
Well, it was a bukkake party, which means it's not just semen; it's other bodily fluids as well. But it turns out that it was actually a fake article.
Damn it! I wish it was real.
Damn it, Grant!
Yeah,
why you gotta ruin the fun for everybody? We were laughing our asses off.
You can still laugh your ass off. Go for it.
It's still funny.
Was it really fake?
Yeah, it was something done by 8chan, and a news article picked it up.
What's an 8chan?
It's 4chan.
It's like 4chan, but twice as many of them.
What?
It's 4chan, but worse. And by worse, I mean like lazier.
When I was paying attention to shit, it was just Milk-chan. The fuck happened?
The internet evolved. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Milk-chan. I mean, well, Milk-chan existed before the internet, as did you. So it makes sense.
Fair enough. Wow, Shags just fucked off Very
You know what?
happy.
Probably had to deal with it. Maybe the kids are awake or something like that.
Yeah, it'd be. Yeah, he said,
So-
"Sorry, y'all. Be right back." But Grant, I mean not Grant, but Green Rocks got to take off.
No,
Yeah, appreciate it. I will
Rocks,
see you guys next week. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you won't see me though, because you're bailing on a show I'm on, so it's fine.
But yeah, I'll see everybody next week. Go check out the Legion
Not me.
Gamers channel.
You won't see me next week.
Culture, I'll see you every freaking morning and watch your shows.
Well, that's true. All right. Well, you do that. In fact, share it around your office. Let them know how based you are, motherfucker.
Yeah, I
He's not gonna let anyone know
I
anything.
actually do because I'm like
He's afraid of the real world knowing about us.
Oh, he's
But
ashamed
I
of
will
us.
see everybody next week. Check out the Legion of Memers channel and keep an eye out on my Twitter. I was inspired and I will be creating more videos soon, more on the educational side. So if you guys want to do video editing, make memes, things like that, just follow that. And they will either be on my YouTube channel, Rumble, or Twitter. I just need to pick which videos can go where because YouTube is asshole. And I don't want to get my channel ripped.
YouTube is asshole.
Before you go, Nogreenrocks, I got to ask you a question.
Okay.
Why are most people tired on April 1st?
I have no idea.
They just finished a 31-day march.
All right. I will see you guys later. Have a good night.
Fair enough.
Shit. Glad that motherfucker's got. No, I'm joking.
Well, he's nice enough.
He's nice. I like Grant. I like Grant too, and Green Rocks.
Right. Well, I mean,
Anyone that has GR in their name, he's a fan.
GRs.
Everybody likes Grant. That Rocks guy is an acquired taste.
He's great.
He's fine.
I've never tasted him, so I wouldn't know.
He does. He does this thing where he's he does this thing where he's really nice. It's just like you got to get used to that. Nonetheless, there was something else that I wanted to. Oh yeah,
I have a question for you because I know you like kitties, right? You like kitties. What kind of kitties like to bowl?
What kind of kitties like to bowl?
Bowl.
Oh, you're talking about cats. I thought you were calling him something else then.
No. Alley cats. Alley cats.
Yeah, I should have thought of that.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Yeah, you guys wanted me to do dad jokes. Here you go.
Hey, I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right. So yeah. Did we have a subject or anything?
Well, I don't. We usually just kind of like.
We don't have power to do anything, and Shags has left. So.
But
cool.
I did. I don't know if anybody else. Well, I'm a gamer here. I don't know if anybody else.
I like games. I like games. But there aren't any good ones right now.
Well, right now, yeah. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. There are a couple good ones out there. They're just old. But
yeah. Oh yeah. Like you can go play GTA 5 still. It's fine.
They're good. They're gonna like Nintendo's putting out Metroid 4.
Yeah, but
why?
You know, they're also going to put down a Peach game.
That one's out already, I think.
Is there a Peach game out?
Yeah, I forgot what it's called. It's like Showtime or some shit like that.
No, I mean like a Peach game.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Like,
all right.
Unless you're talking about the Legend of Zelda game.
Oh, that's what I meant. Zelda game. They're putting out a Zelda game.
Yeah, that game. I'm okay with it. I have my.
Are you sure? Because Zelda's never demonstrated any ability to do anything.
she's always just told everybody, "Hey, you go do that because I'm the princess."
Well, or hey, do that because like I'm like up here trapped and stuff.
Yeah, there's also the trap part. Yeah.
Speaking of trapped, I think the Metroid thing might work, but looking at what we have to offer now in video games, there's not much out there that isn't going to be corrupted with the likes of Alyssa Mercante or anything else. I don't see a future in AAA titles. So I think Grums is right. We just fuck off for like 2 years.
I think there's a little bit of I think there's potential in Nintendo because Nintendo
No.
has, I think
No,
they have a tendency
dude,
to like,
motherfucking Wong dickhole fucking just went straight up, I'm a racist piece of shit. Fuck white people. And that's fine for you, sheep, if you want to support him. It's good.
Wukong? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Wong dong fuck whatever. Nintendo America.
No, I mean like they're like Nintendo's they're slower to move. I guess you could say adapting the Western cultures and whatnot. In that, like Pokemon itself, Pokemon, I can understand. Like they're going down a path that's absolutely retarded because they fully engulfed themselves in the whole. We have to hug the whole planet kind of shit. Like shut up, just make Pokemon games. That's all you got to do. But like the whole thing with like the Zelda game is it's a game where Zelda is now doing Zelda shit, and I made my jokes about it where like she's now the main character and she still can't save the world by herself. She can't do what Link does. She has to like summon other creatures to do her work for her, much like women do. But like the whole but the whole thing is like, I make my jokes. I'm still going to play it because the gameplay looks interesting. And then Metroid 4, the gameplay looks interesting enough. And it's an anticipated game. There are a couple other things out there like the Capcom collection that I'm definitely picking up. The Marvel vs. Capcom collection. That's really good.
Yeah, but the whole I hate white people thing, which I just put in the private chat, that's going to turn me away from Nintendo for a bit.
Oh, that's Nintendo of America. That's somebody that's completely irrelevant.
That's got nothing to do with the main developers.
I don't care about them. The fact that Nintendo employs one of these motherfuckers.
Well, I mean, I don't even know if Nintendo official. I guess they can bring the hammer down on that one person, maybe from across the seas. But yeah, Nintendo of America has been long gone. Ever since Reggie left, it's just not been the same. Hell, I mean, even when Reggie was there, it's kind of been like weak. But that's just me.
I grow tired of the. How do I put this without sounding like a dick?
Good luck. That's how.
I grow tired of the endless activism that people need to engage in with stuff. Like I think people should not engage in things that they don't want to if they don't want to. But right. I'm probably the guiltiest person of like playing Blizzard games. And, I know people have a problem with that because Blizzard's such a bad company, but like I legitimately like Hearthstone. I legitimately like Diablo 4. I think they're good games. And
who gives a fuck what you play? If you enjoy a game, if you sit there and play solitaire all day, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to play inferior Magic with Hearthstone, go for it. Don't care.
It really is inferior.
You can't even tap your mana in. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty gay.
If that makes you happy playing at a child's level, then that's fine.
No, it's fine.
Whoa,
bro, fucking Duel Masters
now.
Better than Hearthstone.
Yeah,
at least tap your mana in Duel Masters. What are you doing?
I don't know. I feel like we're getting away from. Like how do I say this? I want people to start looking at things in a different way. Like even entertainment games. I think we're suffering from this. Like, what's so bad about it? Which it's perfectly reasonable to talk about things that are bad with things, but there's not enough discussion on what's working with something. In a show like The Acolyte, you can't even defend. I'm not trying to get back into
not at all.
But like there's really nothing good working in it. But there are a lot of movies that like I just watched the movie Source Code, and that movie's a really cool sci-fi movie that I think a lot of people, I think it's a little underrated, but I think there's parts of it that are like, wait a minute, what? Like there's so much good, and all of a sudden it kind of falls on its face here, and then like, okay, what happened? Like maybe that didn't work as well as it could have. Like let's talk about the good things that work. Let's talk about the bad things that didn't work and maybe dragged it down as a sci-fi movie.
That's the same as a movie. I don't know if you've seen it, In Time. It's the one that has
That,
Cillian Murphy and Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Where
great
time
premise,
is
but
currency.
poorly executed towards the end. Same deal.
Well,
Right.
with the clock thing and all that,
Yeah.
on their wrists and all that. But yeah, I mean, and of course, everybody's stealing from better properties. I mean, a lot of the dick properties. But I look at those films and I go, okay, this is where you went wrong. It's easy for me to diagnose. The problem is the people on the inside didn't see it. People from the outside can see what the problem is, and I think oftentimes that's the thing. We need to reach out farther when we're doing something to make sure we're on the right track. And I don't think we have enough of that. It's one of the reasons why Q&A is so important. It's why game studios hiring outside people to play test their games is important. Like keeping everything internal because you're trying to like preserve this, illusion of diversity, inclusion, butterfly sauce, whatever the fuck it is.
I've got to head up. I've got an appointment to do some stuff with my daughter. I'll be back later, but I'm not sure if you will still be on.
All right, man. See you later.
Love you, man. See you.
Peace.
See you, bye.
But I think that play testing like that and everything else is incredibly important outside, because the minute you don't let something outside, you're not getting a perspective that's going to reflect well on the rest of the world. And the fact that everybody's so tied up in the messages, they're terrified of letting the outside see it. Anybody that's somewhat normal see something because they're going to come back and say, this doesn't land well because of all this stuff that lacks substance. And it happens in Hollywood, it happens in games, it happens in television. And you see it happen in television all the time when shows get completely derailed. Westworld was completely derailed by events that happened outside of that show.
Yeah.
And that happens everywhere. A Breaking Bad was almost nearly derailed.
Really?
Yeah, that's a different story.
I imagine as much.
But and Vince came back to his senses and went back to doing what he was doing. But these are things that happen in the course of production, and letting certain parties get in your head, letting other people affect the way you're approaching something, in the moment is one thing, but not letting enough people see the end result so they can give you good feedback, that's another thing entirely. And that's one of the other problems that Hollywood suffers from. It's this bubble. You only have 15 blocks that figure out if you're going to do a film or a television show. And those 15 blocks are the ones you go to for quality control. And those 15 blocks are the people that are involved in, giving you notes and everything else. It's one of the filmmaking, television making by committee problems that we have. You have the same problem in gaming now. And that's why these games journalists and these consultancy companies utilize fear and other things in order to get their
what they want
agenda met. But it rarely meets what the audience is looking for. And it kills studios. Volition is one victim. There are many others. I will say that there's a good chance that Insomniac will be deader than a doornail in 5 years or less.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, I mean, you've got groups. I mean, look at what Grum's dropped on Insomniac today.
Yeah,
with the Wolverine.
Wolverine.
Yeah, and everything else. I mean, it's like,
wait, what did he try? I didn't even see.
Yeah, you want to look at the tweet, follow the tweet thread.
Yeah,
but there's a narrative. There's a narrative designer in there that's just destroying that game from the inside. And it's
that's one of the things that I appreciate about being a part being a part of the Rippaverse is what we do is like the customer is always first. Customer is always king, because we're here to give you guys something entertaining, something that something that it's obviously we have a creative team, but we listen to the audience. We put out these questionnaires, Q&As, and what do you people? What do you people?
You people.
What do y'all think?
Damn.
What do y'all think about this, that, and the other, so on and so forth? What would you guys like, so on and so forth? And that's how people are getting what they want, and why Eric every new campaign gets so much support, especially in the first few weeks, because people are getting what they're asking for.
Right. I want a handsome bearded man called Gambler in the next Rippaverse comic.
I will pitch that to him.
Look at me.
I know. I see you. I screenshotted you. I'm just gonna send that picture specifically to you. Matter of fact,
Eric,
I'm gonna see him in a few weeks.
Say hi to Eric. He's a good man. I love that guy. In fact, I think I gave him a hat not that long ago. But anyway, the point is that, you know, not allowing for some outside perspective to take a look at your work is a big problem. and think about the greats, the great directors, the great musicians, everything else. Musicians went out and tried their work out. They would go to small clubs and everything else to see what's working. Yeah. Comedians do the same thing. Even Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle will go into like Fred's Comedy Club and try his shit out. You know, and I mean, it's like getting back to your roots. You need to take in what the world's perspective is, not just like this 15 blocks, right, like in Hollywood. Anyway, it is what it is.
That's how as a metaphor. That's how the samurai keeps his swordsmanship, his sword skill so sharp, that he goes out and, you know, he doesn't just keep swinging a sword in a downward thrust hitting the air. He practices. He hits bamboo. He fights other people. He keeps himself honed. I put the link in the private chat, by the way.
I see it.
Okay, let me.
There's a lot of stuff going on in the world. I mean, it's been busy, especially in gaming. It's one of the reasons why I'm just a week away from having a gaming
aneurysm
thing. Oh, nah, yeah. I'm working on a gaming thing with some people.
Nice.
It'll be good.
Nice. Yeah. Everybody's making their new shit.
So is the game like, is it a Wolverine game? What is
it's supposed to be Wolverine.
It's supposed to be.
Oh, okay. So I do remember hearing about this. It's a Sweet Baby Inc. game. How about that?
Sabi.
Yep. Oh, by the way, I got a video dropping on the stuff that Smash JT's been dealing with, and his like recent call out to the folks at Kotaku. That's coming out tomorrow. Hero Jean Grey, formal. Wow, she looks like dog shit.
A bit frumpy, huh?
Yeah, it's so bad. Like the issue with the first Spider-Man game was some of the subplot. The main plot, as it is, it was very Spider-Man centric. Basically, it was the Sinister Six coming together and basically going to take over New York, kind of thing. Take over New York City, and Pete steps in to intervene and, you know, dispatches them as he should. This is subplot shit that really bothered me. How he's consistently capitulating to Mary Jane. Like, he has no backbone. She's always complaining about, why can't I do this, that, and the other? You're always sitting here protecting me. It's like, bitch, you're normal. You are human. I get shot. I can recover quicker than you. It's my job to protect people who can't do what I do. So shut up. Let me save you. It's my job. But like, the whole thing was stupid, the subplot to that. And then they brought in Catwoman for some fucking, not Catwoman, but Black Cat for some fucking reason. Like,
if Black Cat is played by Sydney Sweeney, sign me up.
Of course. Well, no, that's Julia Carpenter though.
I'm sorry,
Julia Carpenter, which is just as okay because the suits kind of look the same anyway. But
bring in Sable.
Sure, you can do that too.
And can that be my pick? Can I get to pick something?
Pick whatever you want, dog. you do you.
All right. Regardless, I'm tired of games getting involved in shit like this. I play games for escapism. You know, there's not a lot left for me to run away from the world. Seriously. You know, I go back. It's one of the things I've been talking about in places, and I think people need to understand. Games that are 6 years old or older are being played right now.
Oh yeah,
that's it. People aren't doing modern games as much,
or games that resemble that. Like, people want like retro style games or games that are older. Like, Ian, you know what I've been getting into, and I'm going to start doing community stuff surrounding it. Is like prop hunt stuff. I've been playing prop hunt on Call of Duty Cold War because I mean it's hide and seek. It's just fun. Like, and then a couple of guys and I were playing Gary's mod prop hunt. Like, it's just fun.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're just like you have a team that's regular people and they're hunting you down, and you have people who are just like candlesticks or a piece of trash,
cone or some shit like that. And you just go hide somewhere, and people have to try to figure out if like where you are.
Right, and like those, like, and it's just fun. You kind of forget like there was all these games that used to just, like you said, let you escape into a reality or play a fun game and let you be someone else, and I could just be whoever.
Yell at somebody who you don't like, who you don't know from a can of paint.
Yeah, and like
that was always fun too.
There's a game too I play. It's called, if you're into roguelike, it's called Soulstone Survivors. And it's about like you have your character, you become overpowered as fuck, and you just mow through enemies as long as you can. It's the most fun that you can have in like a 20 to 40 minute time frame. Like, that's
okay. So I've been like recently, like if I do turn on my Switch, I'll play. I'm trying out like all the other games I have because I just bought them and never played them for some reason because I'm stupid like that. But I've been like every now and then I jump into Streets of Rage 4. I've beaten the game. I beat the story like 7, 8, 9 times in like the first like 3-4 months, and I just go back because they have essentially what's like they have survivor mode where like you clear the stage, you get a power up or you get a debuff, and then you go to the next stage. And I just do that shit. It's the same shit over and over and over, but it's fun. I don't have to do like some kind of thought exercise as far as like, am I a moral character or anything like that? I don't have to worry about like Sweet Baby Inc. tendencies or some kind of political like jargon happening. No, these bastards are trying to kill me, so I'm gonna beat their ass.
Yep.
That's it. You ain't gotta do much thinking, and I enjoy it. I'm one of those people. I don't need whatever they're trying to hand us. I don't need a Last of Us 2. I don't need like an Alan Wake or anything like that. That's cool. You can have those story games. Keep it. I'll gladly throw $20, $30 at this game that I can play for like years.
Culture, what are you playing right now?
Actually, right now there are 4 games on PS5 that I'm in. Cyberpunk 2077, Skyrim. I have what?
Such a bad game.
GTA 5?
No, Cyberpunk.
Oh, Cyberpunk.
Yeah, I don't care what you think. And then and then Fallout 4. Those are the 4 games that are there on the PC right now.
I'm Culture. I play video games and that really are bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you are.
And I right now I have Civ 5 on the PC, but I could play Cyberpunk on the PC, and then you know what? I'll stream it, and we'll see how big my audience is. How about that?
Ooh,
I hope it's
7.
great. 7.
7.
There might be 7 people watching. You don't know. I don't know. I know this much. I'm past my bedtime already. And Brahma obviously came over. Brahma came over from another stream.
I came over from 2 other streams.
Nice.
Wow, really?
Yeah, we had the yelling at parked cars with comics, and Nick Weiser's doing his 2K celebration, so I popped over there for a bit.
Really?
Everybody's celebrating recently.
Nice.
Oh, and by the way, for those of you who take advantage of streaming the same content from your channel on the tube, don't do that. They're going to tag you for reused content.
What do you mean?
So this amazing platform that a lot of us use to stream with is called StreamYard. StreamYard allows you to share the ability to stream for creators to stream to each of their audiences. A couple of the channels that I follow that have quite massive followings recently discovered that YouTube considers that reused content. despite the fact that it's coming from two different channels from two different perspectives.
That's weird.
So right now I notice that in the background here, there's a button I could click on to F everything up, which I won't do. But
oh, damn it.
Let me just advise you in the future, perhaps not do that so much. At least not when it's the little red play button. Doesn't matter if it's the green play button or anywhere else.
I do what I want.
Okay. And you're nowhere close to monetization, so it's fine.
I'm like 60 subs away.
Okay. Well, then you're really taking a risk, bro.
Wait, so if you I thought YouTube was
this to your audience as me as a guest. If I were to click stream this to your audience, then it goes live on my channel as well.
Oh, gotcha.
The exact same thing that is displayed in StreamYard right now on your channel is displayed on my channel with a separate chat that then gets combined back here in the backstage in StreamYard.
Okay.
Yeah, and all I'm suggesting is if you're going to do that, don't go to the red play button.
Okay. I gotcha.
Yeah, because the red play button calls that reused content, and one of the bigger streamers that I know and follow just got demonetized for it.
Yeah. Wow. Great.
But can I can untick that, right?
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
I'm just saying if you're going to do it, send it to Green Machine or the X.
Okay.
Not to the red play button.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
I'm speaking in code for a reason.
No, I got you. I
won't speak in code. So he's talking about.
I love you guys.
All right, Culture. Well, if you have to go to bed, if your milk is already warm and you're ready to tuck yourself in.
You know what? At least I'm not Rocks. Rocks failed.
It's true.
He's an old man.
Rocks got off early, and that's premature, in my opinion.
He got his rocks off early.
I'm just saying. I'm doing it as trying not to laugh, but it's fine.
It's funny.
No, seriously. I just really am still bouncing back from whatever this icky was.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I loved coming here, and since this is my first appearance, I just want to say thanks for having me.
Next time he's on, it's going to be his first appearance too.
Yeah, the next time I come on, it'll be my first appearance again. It'll be.
It's always number one for you. You are always number one.
I'm number one.
Yeah,
he's always the first white woman on every stream.
It's actually true, but that's usually because of like somebody like Robbie or somebody.
We need to reach out to Culture and get him on the show. That'd be pretty cool.
You really do need to get Culture Casino on your show.
Pretty cool.
I will say this on my way out the door. How do you make a robot mad?
I don't know.
Push his buttons.
Boom!
Oh, what? It was that easy.
It was that easy. It's a dad joke. It's supposed to be.
It's supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be.
And the two dads didn't get it.
No, right?
Anyway, I'm going to dip out. Do check out my channel if you're not already somebody that does that. By the way, if you have the right level StreamYard, you can go to past recordings now, and it will already give you your shorts.
Really?
Interesting.
Yep. Oh, here's a question for you, Culture. Maybe is there any way to change that? So the one thing I don't like about the shorts on there is that it's in the wrong aspect ratio. Is there something I'm doing wrong with that, or is that just how they do them?
I think that's just how they do it.
That's weird. Okay.
Yeah.
They need to change that.
I don't care. I'm gonna go. Anybody, I hope you guys all have an incredible day. Brahma, it was great to see you.
I should probably go too because I was only here chasing culture clout and
Well, I understand that. I can't get to 25K. I've been permanently stalled at 24.5. They're like YouTube's like, fudge you, dude. I'm like,
stop
all right.
taking weeks off and stuff.
Yeah, you'll get there.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm trying to,
and I want to for tomorrow.
I'll be there. Better or not, I will still be there. So check out my channel tomorrow. I'm dropping the poo on Doctor Who, and I'm gonna get some Smash JT action going on, and I might even talk about the Acolyte, and its canon destruction. I don't know, something.
3 p.m. You can start playing Shadow of the Erd Tree.
I probably won't.
I know how good you are at Elden Ring.
I'm going to tell you right now. Fuck From Software. right in their ear hole.
Oh boy! All right.
The only good game
Only
company
good
left.
studio out there right now.
Says the guy supporting CD Projekt Red. See ya. Bye.
On that note, everybody have a great night. I really had a lot of fun. I'll be back sometime for my
Yes, you
first
will.
time. See
Okay.
you later.
Nice.
Via culture.
Night, CC.
Oh man, that was funny.
That guy hates Elden Ring and Dark Souls.
Really?
Hates it. Yeah.
They're
Soul
such good
games
games.
in general, or just like those two?
No, I mean everything from software. As far as Souls games, he can't stand them. Probably because he can't play them.
I was gonna say, is it just because he like has difficulty playing them? Because that could be.
No, he just thinks they're unfair, I think is what he called them. Or poorly made and badly controlled, even though they're the tightest controls of almost any game.
That's what I was about to say. Is like there's a specific style in how they design their games. Like
yeah, good.
You're pressing your buttons with precision. You have to.
No,
yeah, it's all timing.
That's like with Tekken as well. Tekken, they have that baked in. I'm forgetting what it's called off the top of my head, but basically it's like baked in latency. And it's all precision button precision button pressing again.
Stop talking trash if I'm just saying what your opinion has been on multiple streams. You hate From Software games.
It's like culture has facial hair. How dare you?
You son of a bitch.
Oh man. My cat hair is everywhere. Make it stop.
I can't wait till tomorrow afternoon. I'm so excited.
What? Come on.
I showed back up specifically to flip you up.
Go to
Ladies
bed,
and
old
gentlemen,
man.
we got him.
That's funny.
Oh man.
I'm actually like these recent video game announcements. I have a little bit more of interest in what's going on in video games, in comparison to like the last few years. Primarily because Capcom's putting out a decent number of bangers. I'm looking forward to Monster Hunter Wilds, especially.
Yeah. That looks good.
I love Dragon's Dogma 2. It's not it's not better than the first one in my opinion, but it's still really fun. And then they also have again the Marvel vs. Capcom collection that I definitely want to get because it has Children of the Atom in there. One of my favorite games growing up. And a couple of other games. And then there's also the Power Rangers game that was announced at Summer Games Fest. Sonic Shadow Generations. I really like that game. Or the first one, Sonic Generations. So there are a decent number of games that were announced. Yeah. And I'm just like, I'll keep an eye on that. I'll keep an eye on that one too. I like that. As opposed to like, the more recent years or prior years where I'm just like, I don't fucking care. Stop talking to me about these corny ass games. So I got a little hope for what's coming out in the next couple years.
Back up a little because I missed the announcement. What's the Marvel vs. Capcom collection gonna have?
Hold on.
Everything up to MVC2 or
I believe so. Let me see. Marvel vs. Capcom collection.
Fighting collection. Finally gonna have a real version of MVC2 again.
Man. So it's looking like it's gonna have. I'm in 2024.
Children of the Atom, X-Men vs. Street Fighter.
Yeah, Marvel
MVC,
Superheroes.
MVC2, Marvel Superheroes.
Yeah, so it's got pretty much all of those. The original, like the classics.
All the crossovers and the original X-Men Children of the Atom up until MVC2.
Basically, like the mid to late 90s up until like the mid aughts.
I'll say it like our favorite immigrant. Basically.
So I'm definitely scooping that. I not to mention like in the trailer that they have the music selection, they have art selection and stuff like that. They have like some other cool features that are going to be popping up in the thing. So I'm looking forward to that. I love that kind of shit. Bingo. There we go. Like that's also something I've been doing recently is just buying games that are in like collections. Like I have the Mega Man Battle Network collection.
Nice.
the Legacy Collection as well. It's like
I've
you
got
get
the X, the Legacy. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got Advance Wars 1 and 2, and like you get the full, you get like 4 or 5 games, sometimes just a couple games in Advance Wars sake. You get them for like a couple, like $20-$30, and you're set on something you know you're gonna enjoy. So I'm fine with that.
Oh, Sheep,
Yeah.
I was going to tell you that I think you and Amarato would really like this game called Soul Mask. It's
I
a
think she might have looked into that one.
it's a really, really cool survival game. It's pretty in depth, but there's a lot of cool stuff to discover. And then the map is huge.
That's the one where, like, you know, the masks give you like different abilities and stuff like that.
Yeah. And you can, like, the more you explore, the more you unlock the abilities for the mask. You can get like followers to help you gather supplies, so you can go explore. It's really, really neat.
Interesting.
But I immediately thought of you guys when I started playing. I was like, oh, I bet they would love this. And cat, what the fuck? Holy shit.
I'm happy Power World's getting like this massive update, and the game just released. I'm sitting here like, I bought this game for like relatively cheap, and I'm still playing it.
Yeah.
Like it's great. And then they give you all this extra stuff for fucking free. So I'm just like, sure.
Those are the best games, man. When you put in when you only put in $10 or $20 and you end up getting like 500 to 1,000 hours out of it.
Yeah.
Like, so good. I was thinking about that with Terraria. And then I just got, I didn't just get it. I've had Deep Rock Galactic, but I started playing that with a couple people. And that's been so much fun. Like, Cat, I love you, but you got to go. Sorry.
Yes.
Shit.
I'm super happy that you invited me back to play Diablo 4 and then immediately started playing other games.
No, I'm going to. Oh my God. I'm not even engaged with that. Uninstall it then.
Uninstall.
I'm waiting for you to catch up now.
Oh shit. No, what the fuck? It was no, I'm gonna get on there and play. The season goes for I think until what, August? So
something like that. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, and that's really why it's not, that's the only reason I haven't hopped on again, is because time, but also I was like, oh well, the season's got a couple months, so
it's fine. I'm fine playing like one night every 2 weeks because it is ultra repetitive after a while.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's starting to get to the point where it's like you just got to do that that same stuff over.
Does anybody know what the new symbol next to the wrench is? In chat? Me and King have it. Sonia doesn't.
Oh, that's the subscription thing.
Oh yeah, it means that you have
we're a member and
you have a member.
Wrench?
Yeah.
Okay.
You've been a member for that long.
Yeah. So I made custom ones now, so they're it'll tell you how long you've been.
Okay.
I
hope I'm not paying you money.
I know, right? That would be awesome.
I like how like, you know, it'd be like one of those situations you just like, I don't remember being subscribed to you for the last 18 months.
You're right.
I think I just get the gifts that often.
Yeah.
Because I'm here all the time.
Yeah. How long are you?
It looks like it says 1.
I think you're a year. Yours is a year, Metastep. Yeah. If it's a gold star, it's a year. I think if it's 1 month, I think first month you have it says newbie. And then I think after that it goes to like a red badge or something like that.
1, 3, 6, 9, and 12, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some other shit after that.
I wanted to show this video real quick. I've interviewed this guy, Counterpoints Connor. He's a big 40K fan, and he made a bolter and then made this video to go with it, and it's pretty badass. So I just wanted to show you guys. I haven't hear that. I don't know if there's any music or whatever, but I wanted to. There must be. Oh yeah.
Copyright. No, I'm joking. At least it doesn't sound copyright. He 3D printed that?
Yeah, dude. He 3D printed it, made it.
Oh, is this McDavies? Not McDavies. Holy shit. Mick Gordy. Mick Gordon. Mick Gordon. Yep, Mick Gordon. Copyrighted. Thank you. That's from Doom.
Oh yeah.
Mick Davies is definitely the guy from the Rippaverse.
Yeah.
Mick Gordon's the guy that does the music for Doom and Killer Instinct and stuff. This is why I love where we are and hate where we are as far as like technology goes. It's like we have the technology to build our own machines. Then the government comes and says, nope, we're going to take that and we're going to throw you in jail, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dude up in New York.
Yeah, that shit pissed me all the way off because he did all of that. He basically did everything above board. It's a victimless crime. And
never
just
even
like, you know
fired
what?
any of them.
Right. And they're just like, you know what? Fuck you. We're just going to throw you in. We're going to throw you in for 20 years or something like that?
Holy shit, really?
I can't remember how long it is, but any judge who tells the defense the Second Amendment does not belong in my court should automatically be disbarred.
Yeah, absolutely.
Holy
that is
shit.
a direct violation to Americanism.
I don't know. It's
New York
wild.
is screwed.
Yeah, New York is absolutely gone.
It sure seems that way.
I have zero faith for them.
Mozamboni for $2 again says casual Brahma equals LOL. Nice meeting you in Dallas. Cheers.
Nice meeting you too. I did 2 hours in the jacket. It's hot.
Yeah.
I got done with my main show. Now I'm just kind of popping around, hanging out.
Casual.
I'm cooling down.
How was the meetup? Was it as chaotic as Twitter made it seem?
As the Riley situation made it seem, or
Yeah.
as Twitter made it seem? Because
Both.
honestly, this out of the, what has it been, 4 or 5 meetups I've been at, this was the best one, I think.
And that pisses me off. I wanted to go.
It's a different thing than the Vegas thing, because as much as I love the Millennium Fandom bar, it's just too small.
Yeah.
This one, we still were too big for it. The capacity was 265. I had a count from the bouncers or bodyguards at 272 at one point, but we knew some people had left and there was still a line coming in.
Wow.
So the fire department did show up, but we had the numbers to kind of prove that we were fine.
Yeah.
It was a madhouse. I mean, the line was wrapped around, well, it's like a strip mall and they're on the corner. So it was wrapped all the way to the next, like the supermarket next to us, that kind of thing. So yeah, it was great. We got to see a whole lot of really good people. Got to hang out with Carrie Smith for quite a bit. Just hanging and talking. Alex Stein showed up at my request and then made sure everybody knew that I was the one who had invited him.
Nice.
So that was a nice boost for me because he tagged me on Twitter, with a little video and picture. So I got about 150 followers out of that off of Twitter just that night. So that was cool. And Alex is always fun. That guy, like him or hate him, I mean, Stein is a energetic, extremely fun person to be around. So that was great. Once again, I really didn't get to see any of the guys that I actually know because the lines are so long. So, hung out with X-Ray, Tugs. Nick Weiser was there in comics, of course. Brandon Morse showed up from Red State.
Nice.
A good friend of mine. And we hung out for quite a bit. Yeah, it was just a fantastic night. There were a ton of people there. They had a patio that you could smoke on, so that was nice. We didn't do it while the line was still kind of formed because they had to walk directly by us. So we were trying to be nice.
Fuck them.
Until everybody else started smoking. And then it was like, okay, screw it. If everybody's smoking out on the patio, I'm going to go out there too. Cause, and of course, Mad came and stayed with me at the parents' place. So got to meet Mad in person for the first time, which was a riot. We stayed up till like 4:00 each night talking about just everything. We should have had cameras going because we went over everything. And then we did a pre-meeting show on our channels, and we ended up talking about whether Godzilla and King Kong poop. So
Yeah,
after all the deep talks that we had till 4 o'clock in the morning, somebody in the chat asks us whether we think King Kong or Godzilla pooped. And we went like 30, 45 minutes on that. And it's like, yep, we should have recorded all the other stuff.
y'all are better than me because I'd have looked at that logic and be like, of course they do, but that's not what everybody watches the movies for.
No. King Kong obviously does because he's a primate.
Yeah.
We know how primates work.
Yeah.
Godzilla, I am theorizing, he converts his waste into the atomic breath. And that's how he exudes some of his waste.
He's just been pissing on people this whole time.
He stores it until he needs it, and then he converts it into the atomic energy, just like a battery, and it's the atomic breath. I don't think he leaves. I don't think he leaves steamers.
Is that the Godzilla 2012 movie who's just pissing down somebody's throat?
Yeah. I mean, neither of them have a dick, so it would make sense that
nothing on screen, at least. Thank goodness.
We've seen them full-bodied on screen. King Kong's got a micro dick if he's got a dick.
And here we are talking about fantasy creatures' dicks. Welcome to the Midweek
Hump. To get on a conversation about this.
Yeah.
But no, the meetup was fantastic. It really was, I think, my favorite so far.
Nice.
It's funny because like the meetups that I'm not at happen to be the best ones. I think that's a telltale sign that I should just probably stay in Montana for the rest.
Well, I didn't want to say that, but yes.
No, that's
I know. Make it the best for me.
That's my perspective. My personal perspective is if Sheep City's not there, you're gonna have an absolute fucking blast.
Yeah.
That's not true.
And there was a waitress that had to have made stripper money that night because she was hot and had them hanging out, and they were fantastic. So we were all theorizing that she definitely was making stripper money that night because she was just slinging drinks, but
she had 37 pieces of flair on.
Yeah, and there were 300 to 400 people that were buying drinks, and she was the main waitress, so it worked out well for her, I'm sure. But that was
I don't think I would have been able to indulge even if I wanted to, primarily because I'd be like, all right, let's just sell some shit. Let's get rid of all this stuff because I don't want to bring it back to the warehouse.
I'm sitting there talking with Gary and Melissa at the end of it. And I was like, so Gary, did you see the waitress? And he was like, no, I've been, signing stuff all night and talking to everybody. I just finally got out here to hit my vape. I was like, and she's got him on display. And he looks at Melissa. He's like, I'm going to go get a drink. And she's like, you don't drink. He's like, I'm going to ask for milk.
Mephisto, what's up, man? He said, I just pulled up and you're talking about dicks. What is this, yelling at parked cars?
Yeah. Probably.
We're talking about boobies now.
We're bouncing to all the body parts within the last 5 minutes while discussing a meetup.
There you go.
Let's talk about buttholes next.
No.
Oh, I guess poop is buttholes.
Well, if we're going to try to tie it into the meetup, I guess then we would go to Riley.
God.
Yeah.
What are we?
That is.
Most of us were just ignoring him all night. I know for a fact Eric probably had no idea that he was there. I mean, I know his bouncer or the bodyguards did. But I'm pretty sure. I mean, about halfway through the night, the bar had already told us this was their best night ever.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure the bar owner was like, yeah, I don't need any reason for these guys to not come back next year. So I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
We're about to become annual, baby. Let's go.
They absolutely wanted us back every year. Which the last two bars in Dallas have wanted that. Gators did, and so did the other one that we did last year. And both of those bars went under after having their best night when we were there. So we hopefully will not carry that curse to this bar. And we will be able to continue because it's very hard to find a place that understands exactly what we're doing.
Yeah.
And once they see it, they're like, yeah, we're not going to charge you anything to close down our bar tonight because they make so much money off of us.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's insane that anybody's trying to charge us money if they just go look at the size of the crowds. I mean, we could show them the live streams of it, but it is hard to get a bar to understand. No, you shut off from all your normal clientele for a night. We take over. We're bringing 300 to 500 people. And probably 80% are going to be buying drinks and food.
Yeah.
You're going to make money.
At least 80%. At least
Yeah.
80%. I know.
Yeah.
I know for a fact. My ass, especially like a place like Boozy Bird, I'm definitely indulging in some wings. I love me some. Apparently, it's coded into my skin tone, but I love chicken. It's my second favorite protein next to salmon. But like,
You like a nice boneless breast?
I like a nice boneless breast and fish. Oh shit, a red-blooded fish lover. Nonetheless, I would definitely be indulging in some food. So you can pretty much guarantee I'm gonna be eating something.
Well, I mean, it's honestly better for them to sell liquor to 300 people because the margin on it is so much better for them than the food usually.
Absolutely.
They're charging me. They had Buffalo Trace. My first drink was, I got a double, and then I asked them how much it cost. So it was $10 a pour, so $20 for a double. This bottle cost $24.99.
Yeah.
So I bought the bottle in one drink.
Excuse me.
So the margin's ridiculous on alcohol, especially hard liquor.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's like if you could sell liquor, you do, because it's where you're going to make money. But well, Mephisto, we miss you, man. If you can join, let us know.
He said he can't.
He said he can't.
Bummer.
He cannot.
But no, you guys were missed. It would have been great to have some of you guys from your show down there. But it was a really good one. We had a good time.
I'm for sure. Oh,
I was about to say I would have just there are a couple people I need to link up with anyway. I got to link up with Krista because she's missing a specific amiibo that I have 2 of. So and it's still in its packaging. So I was just like, I'll give you this one because I'm not going to do anything with it. And then
Krista Nova?
Yeah, Krista Nova.
Okay.
And then I also have to link up with my coworker, Caffeinated Wolf, people know him, Andrew, because I told him I was going to give him all my Pokemon cards because I hate looking at them.
Oh, yeah. One of your coworkers, I can't remember who, but somehow I ended up with the VIP bracelets at one point.
Was it a guy?
Yeah.
Brandon.
So I'm getting messages from people on Twitter like Brandon Morris and Carrie Smith. They're like, "We're in the line. Somebody come help us." I was like, "All right, I've got the VIP bracelets. I'm heading out."
Brandon. More than likely Brandon.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. And then he was like, "Where did these go?" I was like, "Well, you set them. Well, you gave them to me at one point. Here's the rest of them. I used 2 of them." I vouched for him. I mean, it was mostly just to make sure that Eric's security was cool with people, and as long as somebody that Eric had vouched for, like me, was bringing in other creator type people, then it wasn't a big deal. So it wasn't like we were breaking the rules. But Carrie Smith and Brandon, I mean, they would technically have been VIPs. We just didn't know that they were out in the line. So
it's like,
it was funny that I ended up with a whole sheet of VIP bracelets, and it was like, all right, what kind of fun can we have with this?
It's funny. It's like Disbrew showing up to Vegas. It's like nobody expected him. He just kind of he's like the smoking man. He's just there.
Yeah.
And, it's just like, oh shit, it's Disbrew. You know what? He's on the VIP list too. Why not?
Well, that kind of happened at this one too. So Saturday night was a meetup. Friday night, we a whole bunch of us went to go get pizza. Nick Weiser had just picked up pizza place, and we were like, okay, let's meet up there. Lila Hart shows up, and like 5 minutes after she shows up, she's like, well, I just called the owner of this nightclub. I traded him me doing 10 minutes of a set for all of us getting free tickets to go in for the comedy show tonight. So we were like, okay, sure. So we went, about 10 of us went over to this club. It's called TK's Comedy. Apparently TK was a comedian back in the 90s, had done a few specials on Comedy Central. He bought this bar, and now he invites a whole bunch of comedians over there. He does a set. He has the headliner do a set. His wife is also a comedian, so she does a set. And then Lila did a set, and there were 2 other openers that were local. So we got like an hour and a half, 2-hour comedy show just for free, just for hanging out with Lila, which was cool. And we got to meet the owner, hang out with them for a little bit. There's a speakeasy that's underneath there that we were supposed to go into. Unfortunately, they had a private event going on that night, so we couldn't go down into the speakeasy and hang out. But that's usually what happens with the VIPs if Lila invites you or whoever. So that was kind of cool, getting to go do that and see Lila perform, because I hadn't seen her do her act yet.
That's TK Kirkland. That's what that's the comedian. I know that guy.
Yeah. And then,
it's TK Kirkland. Okay.
Yeah, then we popped across the street because TK's prices were way too high for alcohol. So we popped across the street to a bar. I mean, I got an old fashioned during the show. It ended up with tip being $33.
God damn!
For an old fashioned that the ice cube was one of the, gigantic blocks of ice.
Okay.
So the liquor had to have been more than what this was. Or it had to have been less than what this was, with the ice taking up that much space. Yeah. It was like 2 sips and it was gone. And it was like, yeah, I can't drink here the rest of the evening at $33 a pop. That's insane.
I'll spend $400 and just get a buzz.
Yeah.
It's probably $10 water
the
too.
Street to like a college bar type thing. Yeah. And there's a whole bunch of college age kids there, and then a whole bunch of us old guys walk in and take over. So
that's funny.
You just go drink a Bud Light. It's less expensive and more less expensive and a little less disappointing.
We're not drinking Bud Light either way. I went with Dos Equis.
Dos Equis, yes.
Yes.
Mephisto, have a good night, man.
Later, bro.
Yep.
Night.
What? Hold on. I just saw this popping up.
I'm definitely going to the next one, though. Obviously, like
San
this
Antonio?
one.
Or the next Dallas?
The next Dallas one. I'm gonna be in Denver, but
I'll be there with you. Actually, nice. I'm just coming up to see you guys.
Sweet.
I don't go to the cons. I just like to go hang out with you guys.
I'm fine with that. But the next Dallas one, I'm definitely going. This one was just kind of it was like really last minute notice for a lot of people. So
I gave notice about 6 months, all the way up until a month before, and then it was questionable whether we were going to find a place to do it.
That's pretty much
where
I stopped
giving notice, and then they finally announced it like a week later. But
yeah,
I was telling everybody what dates it was going to be. I just couldn't tell anybody where it was going to be because we didn't know.
Exactly. But like Amarad and I, we had it set up to where we were going to be at a Fan Expo, Fan Expo Dallas, and it's just like, all right, that's fine if we're going to have if we have a setup there. Obviously, I'm going to be there doing work. Cool. But like we were up in the air about it for so long, I was like, I can't just throw money into something that I can't commit to. So I ended up backtracking on all of that. And then like a week and a half later, like, we're going to Boozy Bird. And I'm like, God damn it.
But if they stay in business, we already know the deal with them. So the announcement will go out like a month or 2 early instead of 3 weeks before the event, because that was not ideal for anybody. Getting travel that short notice is obviously more expensive.
It's very expensive.
That short notice is obviously more expensive. So Dallas will be run better over the next few years, as long as the Boozy Bird can stay in business, because that was the issue, trying to find a place that would take us.
Oh yeah.
Not because they had a problem with us, but because they wanted to charge us so much to close down the bar for a night. And Boozy Bird finally was like, no, we'll do it. So, I mean, that's the who has to pay for that is the question typically with these things. And until they see it firsthand, they want you to pay like $12,000 to close down a bar for a night, that kind of thing. And Dick's division doesn't have that. Eric does, but I don't think Eric's putting out that kind of money for that kind of thing. F&T would obviously much rather work out a deal with the bar. So, I mean, it's one of those things. Next year, we should be able to announce it much, much earlier, as long as the bar doesn't close down like the last two.
Not to interrupt this awesome conversation, but I need to show you this if you haven't already seen it. I just previewed it
Steinberg.
Real quick. Yeah, so it's the star of The Acolyte.
Yeah, what's her name? Come at me, fight me with all your strength.
Yeah,
weird hand jutsu girl.
I haven't heard this, so it'll be my first time hearing it. But what I saw was about as cringe as it possibly could get.
So you're gonna put the cringe on us? What the fuck, bro?
Sure am.
Friends. What in the hell? She just breaks into like pop locking. You with this fucking filter, man. Shut it out. You gotta wonder how self-unaware this big brain Shags. That's funny, like Megamind. But you gotta wonder how self-unaware these people are when they do shit like this. I mean, your show is currently going on, and you're trying to remain relevant because your show is failing.
Yeah. And you're a show on Disney Plus, and you think twerking is, immediately what you should go to for a kids network. Okay.
As it's been marketed as a kids network.
Well, yeah, I think this is like a Juneteenth thing is what it was. Is Happy Juneteenth, but I think because she references a couple of things.
Well, she flat out just said, Trevor asked me what the meaning of it was, and it was to make white people cry. That was her direct quote
that's
from the
right,
Acolyte interview. So it's about that, or at least some of the verses. Yeah,
right.
You don't have to keep it on the screen, by the way. I think we get it. And then this stream gets hit with copyright because she's like, "Oh, I'll making money off of that."
Yeah.
What a freeze frame!
I can promise you, next month is going to be absolutely hilarious. So this whole month we're getting called racist as usual, because we didn't like the Acolyte, right? Even though it's an objectively bad show. Next month, Angel Studios and Daily Wire are bringing a movie called Sound of Hope to the theaters, the first Daily Wire theatrical release in conjunction with Angel Studios. And the whole story is about a town that adopts like 77, it's either 72 or 77 black kids that are the ones that nobody wanted, like the troubled kids. And it looks fantastic. And I think we're all going to review it. And as long as they did a good job on the movie, we're going to review it in a very good light. So all of us racists are going to be the ones saying that this movie from Angel Studios was fantastic again, just like Sound of Freedom.
Yeah,
while they're going to be saying, well, the movie sucks because it's Angel Studios. I mean, they'll find a way to destroy it. And they'll say that we're basically using this movie as a shield for our racism because it's like saying that you have a black friend. Well, we've got a black movie. I guarantee that's the discourse that we're going to see next month.
What's kind of wild to me is that, like, if they were to use the offense, I guess you could call it, of racist movie, it's just like it's one of the most self-unaware, I guess you could say, statements they can make. Primarily because you got Doctor Who, I think it was like episode 4 or 5 or something like that, an episode where everybody was white, and like at the end of the episode, it's like Nurse What, as we're gonna call him, actually. Nurse What is like, come with me, I can save you, kind of thing, and everybody's like, no, we're not gonna go with you because look at you. Essentially insinuating because he's black, they're not gonna be saved. They're instead gonna walk off into like whatever fucking unknown and make their own like path or whatever. And it's just like, bro, that's some of the most racist shit of all time. What are we doing here?
Yep.
It's hard to keep up with all this bullshit sometimes. I just like, I don't know.
That's why I watch everybody else's content.
Right.
You can see their plays weeks and months before.
Yeah.
And it really doesn't matter whether the show is good or bad in their eyes. We've already got the cards we're going to play. They're going to say whatever they're going to say, and we're going to call them whatever we've already got designated to call them because of what we did with the DEI hiring.
DIE hiring.
It's funny because I didn't watch the new I hadn't watched the new Little Mermaid movie.
Right.
I don't think the people who made it watched it either.
Yeah. Well, my son was like, "Oh, I want to put on the real Little Mermaid," so we're like ready to put the cartoon on. He's like, "No, I want that one," and I was like, "Oh, okay, whatever."
The one where she turns into sea foam? Oh no, that's the book. Never mind.
Son, we failed you.
Yeah. Well, I just thought, okay, whatever. Like I'll sit and watch it. Like who cares? And even my wife, like she was like, "Can we turn this off?" we got like 20 minutes in, and it was so bad. I mean, just the animation looked really poor. Like I know it's for kids, but like there was nothing redeeming about it. They were just reusing like nearly the same script, but with like everything looked worse. So I was like, just put the original one on. And like even my son was like, "Yeah, can we watch the cartoon one?" I'm like, yes, we can. Because like even he realized like this is awful, like so bad. So I can't believe these things are making it past like test audiences at this point.
What
They're
test
not
audience?
making it past them. Everybody's saying it looks like crap, and they're saying, okay, well, we're putting it out anyway. And if you criticize it, you're the problem.
Mm-hmm. See, I would have taken a theatrical release of Little Shop of Horrors with the original bad ending that they had, where Audrey 2 ends up killing Seymour and Audrey, and then just take over the planet. I'd appreciate that. It was a very gruesome ending, but I mean, at least I know I'm going to enjoy the ride.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, what's up, Professor Savage Dad? What's going on, man?
Shout out to that guy.
Yeah.
There are some good things out there, though.
There definitely are some good
Mayor
things.
of Kingstown has been great.
I'm a huge fan of Jeremy Renner.
Yeah, I'm surprised he came back.
I mean, Kingstown is fine. I like Kingstown is fine. Like I think he's fine with that show. It's when you do shit like Hawkeye. It's just like I got to play a character that gets shit on all the time. I don't know, man.
Yeah, but he's the glue that binds them all. We know that.
Of course,
because he's the normal guy amongst the team of superheroes.
Right.
They say it in Ultron.
It's actually one of my.
What the hell am I doing here? I shoot arrows.
That's one of the things I like about like characters like Hawkeye and Nightwing and whatnot. In I forgot what Avengers issue it was, but like all the Avengers ended up getting captured by the Collector, and Hawkeye had to fight the Collector by himself. And he's sitting there. The inner monologue is like, "I'm just a regular ass person. I could fuck this up completely. Like they got the superpowers. I don't know what I'm doing, but if I don't do something, I'm gonna like let my friends and the planet down." So like, he fights through it. And it's just like, I like these kinds of characters, the grounded ones, the ones who know that they are getting in over their heads. And there's a very slim margin of them like actually succeeding, but they take that risk anyway.
He had one superpower. He pulled Linda Cardellini.
Yeah. I mean, he pulled a lot, but yeah, Linda Cardellini as well.
Yeah, the House of the Dragon. Sheep, are you into that show? Have you watched?
Not at all.
No.
I don't watch. I started watching Game of Thrones like the first season. I started watching like the first couple episodes, and I was like, I don't understand a lot of this, and I don't care, so I'm just gonna stop watching. And it's not a slight at it. It's not a slight at George R.R. Martin. It's not a slight at the producers of the show or anything like that. It's just I had no interest in what was going on, so I was like, nah, I'm good.
Okay.
It starts to get good when people start unexpectedly dying.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, before the wed wedding, but I know about the wed wedding.
No, even in season 1. The finale of season 1 will tell you how this show is how the story is going to play out.
Yeah.
The people you think are heroes are not going to, you're not going to have people that are protected. Everybody is fair game. And
yeah, there's no plot armor in
no
Game of Thrones
whatsoever.
The House of the Dragon was a pleasant surprise, and I don't know. I was seeing like people were giving it like 7s, and I like trying to figure out why.
There are alterations from the book story that a lot of the book readers are going to have an issue with because it greatly alters the plot, and there's characters that are unavailable for the rest of the series that should not be or weren't introduced. So there are some issues with it, but if you're not a book reader, who cares?
Right. Well, and here's the thing, and I guess this is where I think it's important to, like, when you're reviewing shows, like, I think if a show can work for both audiences, I think it's a great show. Now, I know people are very loyal to lore. But I guess if it works in the grand scheme of things, like in the story that's being told, because I know that there was changes made even to the first season. So I don't know, like and then even beyond that, I think the healthiest part of the conversation is, what does this show do right? I mean, there's definitely, you can levy criticisms on, how they translate from the book, but from a writing standpoint,
characters.
Right. Yeah. Like how it develops characters, the writing, the acting, like Emma Darcy, whatever you want to think about her lifestyle and her identity or whatever, she's an amazing actress. I think how she portrays that character, I think emotionally, like she is so in tune with her character. Matt Smith is like, I mean, he's superb in just about everything, but he is such a villain, man. Like, but he's also stupid. He's reactionary.
He was great in the first season. This episode was not his best.
No,
we need to get him back on track because he was out of character for this one. He was still acting great, but the character was out of character at this point.
Right.
But again, that's the book reader thing. But that's the beauty of this, like you were saying. For the book readers that are here in our group and are doing reviews, you can nitpick the things that are bad about it, but everybody still likes the show.
Yeah.
Sure, they may have screwed up a few plot points. They may have race swapped some things, but the race swapping that we were all worried about in the first season, they dealt with it in a way that it was obvious.
Right.
Like everybody knows this is, a joke.
The
whole lineage thing.
Yeah.
Right? But I mean, they erased that complaint, and it was a thing where, yes, there was some worry there, but they handled it correctly.
Yeah.
Right? And the plot points that they're missing, ultimately in any book adaptation, you can't get everything in there. And especially if you're doing time skips, time jumps, all that kind of stuff, you can't get everything in there.
Right.
So it gives the book people something to talk about, and it gives everybody something to talk about with the show. I loved what they did here. I loved what they did there. I love what they're doing with this plot line or this character. I love this acting. And then there's those who read the books, like, say, Sporking. Sporking's heavily into the books. Gary's heavily into the book. They know every detail. They're going to be able to pick out a few things, and it's going to make them content that's separate from everybody who's just reviewing the episode, saying, here's what happened in the episode. This was awesome, blah, 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 right? They get a little bit deeper, and they get a little bit more extra content. So it works out for everybody because it's a good show. I mean, this is how you review a good show, especially if it's based off of a book. You do the show episode review, and then those who know the actual story can then go into the spoiler type stuff and tell everybody, all right, this is a little bit extra.
Yeah.
It's like how and this is going to be credit to a franchise I genuinely do not like, but it's like how they handled The Last of Us. And the show itself took different they took different approaches to situations than the game did. Now, personally, I prefer the game storytelling more than the show, because Joel didn't seem like so much of a pussy in the game. But I mean, at the end of the day, it wasn't terrible. in comparison to like a lot of the other adaptations that they've done of some of like previously existing franchises. So, you know, there are some shows out there you can look at and just make an objective statement and then put your give it your like, you know, your state seal of approval or, you know, its rating or whatever, and that's fine. But then, you know, there are also people who decide to, I guess, you know, they look at they only have just the show itself to go off of because they weren't fans prior to the actual show existing.
Yep.
It's kind of like, I will say that, like with Wheel of Time.
Oh God, that
the
show.
Book readers are absolutely right. It's a horrible, horrible adaptation. You can't really fault people who haven't read the books and who might like it, but it is still so poorly written and poorly done that there's no reason they should like it. That's where our argument is with them. I mean, that's where an adaptation goes wrong. Both the book readers are like, this is absolute crap, and everybody else is looking at it like, no, this isn't a fun show, and I will never read the books because of this show. And then you've got the small percentage of people that are like, this is fantastic. Yeah. And it's like, I don't know what you're looking at.
It's like everything post-season one of The Witcher, for example. People love the games, they love the books, they love season 1. Season 2, they put Cavill in the background for the most part, and then they just did their own fucking thing after that. And people were just like, I'm out of here.
But even season 1 kind of drove me nuts because I wasn't a book reader at the time and I hadn't played the games. And all the time jumps and everything in season 1 were discombobulating to me. I was like, okay, I'm watching it. I like it. I like the characters. I like the acting, but I have no freaking clue what's going on. I don't even know when is going on.
Yeah.
It wasn't a bad season. It was just a season that was hard to watch for somebody who doesn't know any of the lore because they were all over the freaking place.
If you want a series about absolute confusion and then it all just kind of like wraps up in a nice little bow, you get everything at the end. it's a series called Bakano. It's like 6 episodes. It's an anime show series. It's 6 episodes of people trying to figure, like, people are supposed to be people who are supposed to die in situations like they get gunned down, they fall off buildings and stuff like that. They're seen as dead, but then they're in the next episode and you're just like, it's flashbacks, so on and so forth. And you find out at the end that why all of the shit that's going on is going on. And you're like, huh, interesting.
Yeah. But what were you going to originally say about Hot D, Shags? Sorry.
Every time somebody says Hot D,
you started like you were wanting to review it slightly, and then we got into what makes a good show. So
no, I mean, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. It's just good to see quality television, and in that show, like, so much is right. I mean, the acting's great. The set pieces are great, costumes, makeup, all of it. Like it, and the set pieces are so big and lifelike. It makes me think, like, how do shows like The Wheel of Time and Rings of Power just get it so wrong? You know, like, they have massive budgets, but they're like,
and bad writers.
I mean, but even like, it's bad writing can sometimes be hid under, like, you know, like if you had like a good set, like, oh, like, just make it look real, like make it look like a real world.
So there's Wheel of Time. You know, they make all these sets. It looks like it could be a little medieval village, right? Yeah. But there's no dirt anywhere on the walls. There's no dust. It's all freshly painted. Everybody's wearing completely clean clothes. Nobody's got any dirt on them. These are all farmers and ranchers and, you know, living in a small village. I mean, how is there no dirt? How do you forget that you build all of these sets? You build all these, you know, like the tavern that's got the rock wall and everything, and it's completely like whitewashed clean. You know, somebody took a power sprayer and took off every bit of dirt. There's no grime in the world.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones, Hot D, they get it right in that the sets look like they feel lived in.
It's attention to detail, because I was going to bring up another, like, so I also rewatched Snatch, and I did a review of it on Critic List because I gave it 100% because it's a perfect movie in almost every way. And one of the reasons is attention to detail. And Guy Ritchie is almost autistic at times with his
he is.
details.
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, but like I said in my review, everything about it, like even like between a frame where Benicio del Toro is looking down the open, like part of the what is it, the chamber of the gun, and then spins it, and you get the sound effect from it, and then he clicks it back, and the click is like sound effect is so good, but then as it shuts, the transition slides into the next frame, and you meet the next character.
Right.
Like all this stuff, like the whole movie is like that. And it's stuff like that where people, even if they don't necessarily pick up on it specifically, it's like they're being pulled through this whole movie through these little things. And like in that show, like the makeup is on, the lighting is on, the characters are on, like all of it. And
and different characters have their different kinds of transitions, right?
Yeah.
Like the jeweler that's going over to meet Avi, you know, he has that transition where he goes to the airport, takes the shot, the airplane goes, he lands, blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
So he has that transition. He has that transition back later, but nobody else has that transition like that. Benicio del Toro has, you know, the gun and then the sliding transition to the next shot. So they use a whole bunch of different transitions, like even we might, you know, if we were putting together an actually good scene instead of just using like StreamYards. But so they use a different transition for like each kind of character. Bullet Tooth Tony gets introduced in a different way than everybody else does. The Butcher, obviously, you know, he's got a different intro, and you know, there's a different speed to the shot, that kind of stuff. He has different things that denote what you're supposed to be paying attention to.
Right.
There's different color schemes for different shots. You know, all that kind of stuff. The attention to detail, and it's in Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a Guy Ritchie thing.
Yeah.
I mean, even you go look at like Sherlock Holmes. I mean, it's much, much later.
Yeah.
But it's the same stylized type thing that he does. That was Guy Ritchie, right? Or is it just somebody who
I'm going to double
played
check
off a Guy Ritchie, because it's very much a Guy Ritchie style. The Gentleman, I know, was Guy Ritchie, right? The movie, the series.
Yep.
And then most recently, the Ministry of Ungentle.
Sherlock Holmes was Guy Ritchie.
Okay, I thought it had to have been, because nobody else would think to, you know, foreshadow the whole fight before the fight happens. That's such a Guy Ritchie type of thing.
But he just did the first one and not the second one?
That makes sense, because the first one was great. The second one was mediocre.
The second one was great, how they ended with that chess match. That chess match, which was so cool how they did that whole thing.
Yeah. Where it all kind of comes together. That was Guy Ritchie-esque.
Yeah.
But the first one was just a better overall movie.
Yeah.
The second one, I hated that they killed Rachel McAdams right off the bat.
Yeah, that was weird. My favorite Sherlock series is the Benedict Cumberbatch, man. Like that is like unapologetically like how I think of Sherlock Holmes, and like just like how he would be. And
I liked him and Martin Freeman. I did not
good chemistry.
So much care for the Moriarty guy.
He
was too eccentric, and I mean, he was too eccentric and slightly over the top gay, even though they never specifically said that he was gay. But his mannerisms were just so flamboyantly flaming.
He was maniacal, like, but in kind of a silly way, which is not really what I like ever picture. I didn't read any.
Silly was the flamboyant part.
Yeah. And like I'm not well versed in the Sherlock lore, but that show had me locked into it. And the fact that it took so long to get each season, it was always a treat to see that. Oh, the next season's here. Like gotta watch it. And it was only 4 episodes, but they were feature length. Like it was an hour and a half.
It was like an English series or a British series where it's maybe 6 episodes tops, that kind of thing. That's what their series is.
But it was,
I thought it was great though. I mean, the attention to detail on what Sherlock would pick up on was what was so fun on that show.
Oh yeah,
because the instant reveal, after everything, kind of like, well, this is what I saw. This is why I think this, and the picking apart of it. That's what Sherlock Holmes is.
Yeah. Did you guys ever see the show Elementary I think it was on NBC.
Yeah, the show with
Is
Lucy
that the one
Liu
with
and,
Lucy Liu?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so it was a female Watson and what's his name? Johnny
something.
Whatever. He's been in a couple good things, but he was like a heroin addict is what like they painted him as in that. And it was really, I don't know.
Miller.
I didn't watch it.
Yeah. I actually liked, I think I watched the first season. I actually liked it. But then once I discovered the Benedict Cumberbatch Sherlock, I was like,
superior.
I was like, oh my God, this is so much better.
Yeah.
So much better.
Yep.
But I don't know. And maybe, I do think sometimes maybe we're looking at history with rose colored glasses and that, we always think, oh, there was so much better stuff back in the day. And I don't know, maybe there just wasn't maybe the stuff was still few and far between, but there wasn't like things were coming out in the same frequency. Like it seems like there's a lot of stuff coming out now. So like we're getting a lot of mediocre stuff. And then there's still, once in a while we get something really great. And that's just how it goes, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, I watched the new Glenn Powell movie on Netflix, the #1 movie in America, Hitman, this weekend. It's a comedy. There's not a joke in the movie.
Oh, is that the one where the teacher is like, he's like moonlighting as
highlights as a fake hitman undercover.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's supposed to be a comedy. There's nothing funny in it, like not even a smirk. I mean, they call it a comedy, but they are too scared to do anything that is an actual comedy at this point. So all it is they put him in awkward situations and call that comedy. He starts dating this chick that he should have put away, but actually talked her out of, having her husband killed. And it was just the dumbest movie I have ever seen, I think. I mean, there are movies that are horribly written that they know they're horribly written. And, it's so bad that it's good. This one, they think they're being smart. And it is, the plot is so stupid, and it's supposedly based partially on a true story. It's like, no, there's nobody in their right mind who would believe any of this took place at any point.
You want to know?
The part that is based on a real story had to have been the sliver that a teacher was an undercover fake hitman that did sting operations. That had to have been the only part that could possibly be true, because the rest of it was so stupid. The way they had these two get into trouble and then figured their way out of it. And it was like, no, there's no way you would ever get away with any of this. I mean, not a chance in hell.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're asking me to buy that is insulting.
Yeah.
You want to talk about you want to know how to write a series or a comedy about basically like just mundane shit happening? Talk to Larry King. Or Larry David, excuse me. Talk to Larry David.
Larry David.
Yeah. Look no further than Seinfeld. Look at the Toast of London. There are plenty of examples out there. Hell, The Office, where shit like there are shows. Even my favorite, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Like they just get into shit, and it's stuff that just makes no fucking sense. It's funny, and it's never mentioned again because it's
right,
obviously
because it's unrealistic.
It's unrealistic, but it's also shit that like you can see some shit like that happening in like in a day to day.
Sunny, the boat episode. There's expectations if you take somebody out on a boat,
right?
Yeah, that's probably a conversation that's been had.
Absolutely,
but it's not a conversation that normal people typically have. Right. It's one of those where, yeah, I could definitely see some of my buddies like from college or, even some buddies now who, just live, a crazy lifestyle. I could definitely see them doing that. But people in the normal world, probably not. So yeah, it's the absurdity of the setting and the jokes, but you can't make it have a continuity to it because you could never keep anything straight with how many different crazy things they're doing.
Yeah, it's just wild shit happens, and
yeah,
at the same, it's like taking one of the most mundane situations in any part of the timeline and just magnifying it, just like putting it under a microscope rather, and then that's what you just turn that into something humorous, just somehow, not necessarily somehow. There's obviously a formula to it, but like there's so many examples out there, and people like these people don't just pick up on that. Like, I'm forgetting what's the shit, the Fleabag, whatever the fuck that shit was called, the one with what's her face.
Yeah, never watched it.
I went out of my way to watch like 2 episodes, and it was some of the most garbage shit. Like you'd imagine a Hannah Gadsby was part of the writing team. It was just not. It was devoid of funny. It actually made me want to Minecraft, and it's so bad. It's pretty much me, or better yet, it's like Velma. This Velma is painfully unfunny.
I feel bad that we're not letting Shags host. We're just talking to each other.
I mean, for the longest time, you and Shags are talking, and then we were like, "All right, get the fuck out of here, host," and host at the same time.
And now he's gone.
I know, loser.
I know.
I
mean, that's kind of what we're missing now, though, is the absurdity. I mean, because there are too many things that are considered off limits to be comedy at this point.
Which is funny because, like, a lot of
comedy.
A lot of one of my favorite, and I watch a lot of and read a lot of anime and manga. One of my favorite series out there is Cromartie High School, and they just take some of the most. It's pretty much this kid who ends up in the wrong high school because, like, the way it starts is he and his friend they're getting out of middle school, going to high school and stuff like that. They take the test, and his friend ends up failing, I believe. They're like, I think it was something happened. I think if I remember correctly,
scores got switched and he ends up in the smart school.
Well, not that the test got switched. It's even more absurd in that the main character, he ends up passing, and his friend, I think they were like sharing answers or something like that. His friend ended up failing and didn't get into the school, and he ended up passing. So he has to now do this prep for this new school that he's going to, and he's reading how to be a tough guy and so on and so forth, so that people respect him because he's like this wimpy kid. So he goes through this whole process of bleaching his hair blonde and putting on more intimidating faces and stuff like that. The first day of school, people are looking at him like he's like this weird kid. He's like, why has he got this look of constipation on his face all the time? So on and so forth. And it's just hilarity after that. Like, you have an episode where they try to outsmart a gorilla by taping a banana to the ceiling. They're like, now watch this. He's gonna jump up there. That's obviously a gorilla. He's gonna jump up there. He's just gonna take the banana and run out of there. So the gorilla just grabs a stepladder and climbs up and just snatches it off the ceiling. They're just like, holy shit, he outsmarted us. And it's just some funny shit that happens throughout the series.
Yeah,
that's what I like. You can just make shit absurd but normal. It's possible.
Are you guys ready for? I just need to show you this because now there's an episode of New Amsterdam that we're just gonna play it. This is. It's one of those doctor shows.
Okay, I know what it is.
Kids has a tumor.
This is like a long running series.
Yeah, he's okay. I had Cephas answer some questions from a Harvard test known as unrest. It is designed to measure someone's level of social resistance.
Social resistance.
When people like us oppose the values and policies of the dominant culture.
That's right.
And what is that?
People like us who wow, dude.
Black and Mexican, or
I think so. Yeah, they're minorities. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, black and Mexican. Meanwhile, she's speaking in a British accent. I'm sitting here like, what are we doing here?
Get ready, chat. Hold on to your butts.
Hold on to your butt.
He feels threatened. on a daily basis. Like everything he's earned can just be taken away. He's disenfranchised. But because his life is seemingly free from all this, because he can't name it, he's internalizing it.
Can't meme it?
He got a tumor
Racism.
from being
I think your son's tumor was caused by racism.
That's comedy. That right there is comedy. That's funny as hell.
Somebody, this isn't a comedy show. Someone unironically wrote this and thought, oh my God.
New
it's gonna
Amsterdam
win an Emmy.
New Amsterdam is complete drama. Like, I watched enough episodes of it myself, and holy shit, that's probably one of the funniest things I've seen from one of these shows in a long time.
Dude.
Oh,
how embarrassing.
Bro grew a tumor because he's racist.
He's internalizing his emotions, and it turned into a tumor. He's within 2 weeks, he will be dead unless he gets reparations.
Oh, man.
I'm dying. Oh God.
Sheep don't die in this.
I'm trying not to.
I don't even feel I can continue to be his doctor as a colonizer.
Yeah, right. Oh my God. Yeah. Sorry,
no
man.
fucking way.
Bro, it's about as like it's real. It was made. It aired on TV.
That's weird. I don't see the beast in the chat.
He's there, right there.
I know, but I'm not.
Are you looking at the Midweek Hump channel or the Shags?
Oh yeah, I'm on Shag's channel.
Yeah. It's not a tumor.
My bad.
It's not.
Was the tumor a microaggression? It's microaggressing his body, I guess.
Mm-hmm. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just
White
don't know.
People are now colonizing his body.
It's funny because that's a show. Like, the only reason I've watched a number of episodes is because Amarat and Amarat's mother have seen a good bit of the show, so I know it from watching it with them. But I had like the dude, the beard dude. He's a psychologist. Like he's a like patient psychologist, some shit like that.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, he's very soft. We'll put it that way. He's very soft.
Oh my God.
Great show, I think, or whatever.
Well, like I think those medical shows are cool and all, but it's like those luckily I don't know. It's not one of those common things, but like when they do stuff like that, I'm just like, what? No.
No, I like my medical shows like Scrubs, where there may be a medical
Scrubs
thing, but it's funny. Or
Yeah.
House, where there's a medical thing,
Yes.
plus there's a soap opera kind of side stuff. I don't like Grey's Anatomy or whatever the hell this was, or the one with the autistic guy from
the Good Doctor.
The Good Doctor, where we're not going to have any actual medicine type stuff. We're just going to have the drama of the hospital. I'm same thing with the firefighter shows, the cop shows, all these dramatizations of stuff like cops, firefighters, medical personnel. I hate all of it. I mean, there is a way to do it where it's not just a soap opera in primetime, because House was great, but they also had an underlying case that actually was interesting.
Right.
Scrubs was funny.
Scrubs
ER was even good in the beginning. It got a little bit crazy towards the end with all the relationship crap. It's kind of where the soap opera, medical thing started. But I love watching a guy get his arm chopped off with a helicopter that everybody hated. And then I love that 3 seasons later, the helicopter falls on him and kills him. That was funny.
That's pretty funny. But
that was before we knew to be on guard for all the soap opera crap.
Well,
because they slowly slid it into ER. After that, it was like, no, this is what we're doing now. Whatever her name is, the chick who did Grey's Anatomy, Shonda Rhimes or whatever her name is, the showrunner.
Mm-hmm.
That's all she does. is a whole bunch of soap opera disguised as hospital, firefighters, cops.
Grey's Anatomy in the beginning was I mean, it's a show for women. Like, it's a soap opera basically. Yeah. So I mean, it was good in the beginning, but then it just it's still running. It's like 27 motherfucking
and
seasons.
they don't have an original character on it, including Grey. She's not even on the show anymore. The person who the show's named
hold on a second, Matt. Wait, Brooklyn Nine-Nine is a horrible cop show. Now I know you're trolling. It's a funny cop show. It's meant to be a horrible cop show. It's self-aware.
It falls in the same thing as Tacoma FD that Broken Lizard did.
Oh, Tacoma's fucking hilarious.
Tacoma is freaking hilarious. It's the funniest thing that Broken Lizard's doing. But it is not a firefighter show. It just happens to be set in a firefight.
One of my favorite episodes from that show is the one when they go into the fucking haunted house. That shit was so funny.
But I get what Matt's saying. It's a comedy that's based in a cop show, not a cop show.
Yeah, the cop aspect makes it a terrible cop show, but the fact that it's a comedy is what makes it good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mad with his words, making people mad, but he's correct.
I mean, he's right.
Yeah.
Ow.
It's one of the things I like about it's one of the reasons I like shows like Buffy, Angel, Bones, and whatnot, because these shows happen prior to a lot of this new, the new policies they have in these the show productions that they have now. It's like they have a story. They're going to tell that story, and the story is going to unfold as it does, as opposed to tying in like racist tumors.
Yeah. And if a character catches on with the audience, then instead of him being only a 1 or 2 episode character, we write him into the rest of the series because the fans liked it.
Yeah.
Pretty much
because half of Buffy's cast, I think, ended up being, they were supposed to be 1 or 2 offs. But they ended up in the freaking show. What was his name? Spike? I didn't watch the show, but Spike, I think, was specifically
James Marsters.
that.
James Marsters
Angel also
David
was
Boreanaz.
to that a degree.
Yeah, James Marsters and David Boreanaz, they were obviously they got their own thing going on. But Angel was supposed to be, he was there as a featured character, so he wasn't supposed to be there all the time.
Right.
But because people loved him so much.
There hardly at all.
Exactly. Because people loved those characters so damn much, they ended up becoming regulars, and then they ended up getting a spin-off.
But that's where old school TV, where you actually got ratings and released it once a week instead of, releasing the whole series on a streaming platform. They looked at the feedback and they said, oh, they're really liking this. We should continue with this. I mean,
basically that.
They don't do shows the same now. And it's detrimental to everything we watch.
This is true. It's one of the reasons why you don't get shows that last 8, 9, 10 seasons anymore.
Yeah, because they may have already killed off the fan favorite.
Yeah,
before they get any feedback.
Pretty much. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to remember what show specifically they did that. Where there was a character that people really liked and they ended up killing him off. I think maybe the first, second season. Recent shows.
Recent.
I'd have to would they look no further than The Acolyte? People really like Carrie Ann Moss, and it's she dies in the first episode. Now she just flashed.
What a waste of talent.
Well, I've seen a lot of people say that they were only watching for the Wookiee, and apparently something happened to the Wookiee in the last episode.
Died.
I don't know.
The Wookiee died in the most recent episode, apparently. Off screen.
Off screen. Yeah.
I haven't watched a single episode, so I don't know. But on Twitter, it's been I don't know if it's a meme thing or not, but it was
may as well be.
My favorite character was the Wookiee.
Now, I would say my favorite character out of all of them is Master Squid Game, primarily because his acting is he's putting forth actual effort. He learned English as best as possible to be able to take on this role, and he's putting his best foot forward. He's taking his role serious. So it's
the Korean actor.
Yeah.
Okay.
From
Squid Game.
Jedi Master Soul, I think. Soul. So he's got his shit going on. It's cool. Everybody else in this show kind of sucks. I can lean a little bit of credit to the dude that got all of his Star Wars information wrong during the interviews. The dude that like the Jedi Knight Killmonger dude. Because he at least acts like he like shit that's going on right now ain't what's supposed to be going on. He takes like his role of being a Jedi seriously. I don't know if that's just his acting chops or he's just taking like that's just how the character's supposed to be played or whatever. But he's at least pretending that like, you know, the Jedi aren't behaving like Jedi. And it's like cool. But everybody else is just kind of like they phoned it in so fucking hard. Like it's ridiculous.
Well, the one thing that I've said this for a while too with Star Wars is this could totally work. You don't have to even involve like the Jedi Council. Like, just go to a different part of the universe and mess around with origins of the Force. You know, like there could totally be a place outside of you know, the galaxy far, far away. Just another one that like maybe in another way, like these people are just finding out about midichlorians or their own sort of messiah. You know, it's
you don't even need the Force. That's what's sad about it, because Mando season 1 and season 2, people love that shit, and Jedi were not prominent characters in those 2 seasons.
Right.
Hell, the Force wasn't even like really all that prominent.
No, but I get what Shags is saying. If you went into the unknown regions and part of the Galactic Empire, there's a planet that hasn't been, you know, take a Star Trek approach to it. Nobody's visited this planet from any of the Federation or the Galactic Empire, or whatever you want to say for this case. So they have people who have a connection to the Force, but they don't call it the Force. They don't know what the Force is. They just know that certain people have these special abilities that everybody else in the galaxy would understand. Yeah, they're Force sensitive. But these people don't know that. All they know is these people have special abilities. Kind of like the Highlander. You know, Connor McLeod dies, everybody considers him, you know, witchcraft because somebody else in the clan had died years and years and years before and come back to life. So they all treat Connor like, you know, what the hell is this?
Right.
Because they don't have any outside understanding of what's going on. Yet the other immortals know what's going on. You know, that's when, you know, Ramirez comes in and he's like, yeah, I could tell you what you are.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do something like that. But from what I've heard of the Acolyte, they have tried to tie it in too much to the lore instead of having it be completely separate from the lore and having it be something that is, you know, this is a completely backwater planet that nobody knows anything about what's going on.
Right.
Instead, they're trying to tie it in as, no, this is part of the story and a very integral part of the story. That's where you fail.
And that's like Silvar said, like the Jedi Jedi should be sensitive to the Force, i.e. the Force is strong with this one. And like a lot of what happens in this show is like they almost seem like bumbling fools. Like they don't like this. What this show should have been is like the movie that is allegedly coming out about the Force coming out, or like the Jedi first forming like 1500 years before everything.
The High Republic.
Yeah, like or like no, but it's like way before all of that, you know, and it's so like because then you have people who are discovering this power or utilizing it in a way and likely feel morally superior to others. And then you can start getting the conflicting, you know, whatevers. And there's no tie to the future. But again, herein lies the problem with trying to shoehorn in history is that, I mean, all roads lead to Jake Skywalker. You know, it's all, it all goes there anyway. So it doesn't really matter so much anymore what happens. So that's why it's better. Like take something like the Night Sisters, give us a cool Night Sisters story. Or again, give us a real backwater planet that's discovering the Force on its own. And the best part about that is you don't even have to tell us when or where it is, because you could do something that might be a prequel, but we would never know because there's no tie to the Republic. There's no tie to Skywalker. Nothing. So it could be the very first instance of the Force, and we would never know. It could be like the Adam and Eve of it all. But like
the sad fact of the matter is that, all of that shit, it exists in comics and like novels. Kathleen Kennedy decided, we're going to decanonize all of it and then also pull information from that to make our own shit that's tied to what's already existing.
Yeah. It was the worst idea ever.
One of the worst ideas.
Basically what I've gotten from, I guess it was episode 3 of The Acolyte, without watching it, is that there's a whole bunch of chicks that decide that they're going to get pregnant. So they have no foreplay. They just chant. None of them finds the clit either, but somebody ends up pregnant. So even witches can't find the clit.
That's funny. That tracks, though. That tracks.
I actually didn't finish episode 3. I got most of the way through, but from the understanding I got from it was only the 2 women that, I carried them. I created them. It's only them that have anything to do with it. The other women were just like, they're witches that were basically it's like the rite of passage that they were doing that to become witches. That's what they were performing, but they're all Force sensitive as far as I understand. Again, it's like there's no
joke.
Yeah, there's no real explanation.
I mean, they may as well just call the Acolyte, like Star Wars, the Salem witch trials, because that's basically what they're doing with all of that.
Yeah. It's just
they
too
already
bad.
had witches.
Yeah,
the night witches at Dathomir. I mean, why do a separate thing? I mean, that's the whole problem that Star Wars is having, is they erased the EU, because they could have gone. You didn't even have to do Zahn. I mean, you could have just avoided that story for a little while if you wanted to, and you've still got 80, 90, 120 other books that you could have done stuff. You could have done the X-Wing series.
Mm-hmm.
You could have done Wedge's Gambit. You could have done all of that stuff. I mean, I would have stayed away from the Young Jedi Academy, but
you could have followed Mara Jade. You could have followed Luke's kids, and that'd have been cool.
And really, with the age that everybody was when they were doing the sequels, they could have gone into the Yuzan Vong and the Tales of the Jedi stuff, or not Tales of the Jedi. What was that one called? That series? I've got it.
Jedi?
Was it? No, it was the New Jedi Order.
Oh,
where the Yuzan Vong come in. So Luke is already old, Leia's old, Han's old. All the kids are introduced already, and you've got the people from outside of the galaxy coming in that aren't. The Force can't sense them. Do you know the series I'm talking about? It was the big one. It was like 14 books long.
Oh, no.
Okay. So they did this whole series. They had a different author for each book, and it was all the Star Wars authors, the big ones, came together to do this story that they had basically storyboarded, and you've got this outside of the galaxy invading Force that is, the Force can't detect them. All of your Force powers are basically useless against them, because you can't deflect something coming at you if, it's not detectable by the Force. So you've got to learn how to fight differently, right? And they're all kind of sadomasochists. They're all into pain. So
of course they are.
You've got all of the legacy characters. You've got all the kids and all the people who have gone through the academy. And you could have done that because everybody was at the right age to have them do that story. And that was a very lauded story. I mean, that whole series, it was a huge series. It was one of the last ones they did that I read. But you could have done that whole thing and introduced all the new characters, still had the legacy characters. It would have passed the torch and then, do whatever after that. But you already have the new characters established.
Yeah.
Because it was everybody's kids. It was everybody who had already gone through the academy. and you've got a major threat that isn't another freaking Death Star. Because, I mean, that's all we got out of this one.
Death Star, but bigger.
Yeah. Now it's a planet that's a Death Star. And
Yeah,
it can shoot, apparently, at 8 different targets across across the solar system or across the galaxy. And
still billions of people for no reason.
Hit all of them. Yeah, and nobody gave a crap in the movies.
Yeah, at all. It just happened. People died, and they just kept pushing the movie forward.
Yeah.
And why the hell was nobody from the rebellion part of the New Republic? I mean, the government, because none of them were there on the planets that got blown up. They screwed this up. I mean, we've
Don't
talked
ask
about
questions.
This. We've talked about this so many times.
Consume
It's not
product
even worth
and then get
talking about
excited for
anymore.
next
More
product.
smarter Star Wars people than me have talked about it. But I mean, there was these stories that were already there that could have been done.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame in general that, like, and here's something, like, it's just one of those things that now more than ever we need new storytelling, and whether it's in games or books or comics, whatever, movies, we need people to invest whatever they can into new media, because Hollywood's just reusing the same crap. And I think it worked for a minute, because remakes were something I think people genuinely wanted because of how much technology evolved. And we're like, oh, we can do better than I think sometimes practical effects really worked and it looked good.
Yeah, I want to remake a Clock Stoppers.
Clock Stoppers. I remember that movie. I just don't know.
I don't actually want to remake. That movie was absolutely ridiculous.
You know what the problem you run into now, Shags, is there's been now a whole generation that's been brought up on just Marvel and Harry Potter. And they can't understand a nuanced movie, or it will take retraining for them to understand a nuanced movie. The writers, I mean, with all the Marvel crap, all the Star Wars crap that has come out, all the Harry Potter stuff, and I'm not crapping on the Harry Potter stuff or the early Marvel stuff, but that's what they were raised in. They weren't raised in, I mean, there have not been a lot of movies that were outside of the superhero genre, the Harry Potter genre, the Star Wars stuff. I mean, it's basically been that whole generation has grown up on.
Yeah, this is true.
Can they understand the movies that we are trying to get back to? And are we just fossils at this point that they're not going to make stuff for us?
Yeah, but I think
mean, we're 40-year-old fossils.
Yeah,
what it feels like.
Well, I think
I don't think Shags is either. I am, but I'm saying
no. Shags is 40.
That's what it feels like. Is we're fossils that, the things that are being made now, none of it feels made for us, but it's being made for the people that they basically train to like crap.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's got to be. There's got to be a solution. There's got to be a solution to, like, because the deal is always you have to create things that are better than what's coming out. Like, if you don't, like, again, like, you have Shad writing his book, you have Razorfist doing his stuff. You have a lot of people in the Fellowship that are prose writers that have books out. And then you have Eric doing Rippaverse stuff. And whatever you think about Comicsgate people, like, they are creating things that are independent of things. Like, it's just we need more creation of things that are not remakes of Marvel necessarily, or remakes of a horror movie.
I get what you're saying. I guess where I'm going, and this may be, it's probably far more black-pilled on things than you are, because you like to look at the bright side of things. I think those things are being created for us. I think what's being created for the younger generations, because they're not paying attention to what we're creating, is you're getting closer to idiocracy, where it's just a bunch of farts on screen and nobody knows why the person's farting. I think that's where the major media corporations are going, is we're dumbing it down to the point that we're getting to idiocracy. I don't like it. I think it could be reversed, but I see that as the trend that we're going towards. Well, and it would be great if we had great writers. I mean, we've got great actors. There's plenty of great actors. The problem is we don't have great writers or great directors anymore. Who's stepping into Steven Spielberg's shoes? Who's stepping into George Lucas's shoes? It's not anybody good.
That's Harvey Weinstein's assistant, former assistant.
Yeah, Hedlund. I mean, but that's what I'm saying. There is not another. We don't have the people waiting in the wings to come up and replace those guys. You don't have more Scorsese's coming at the moment that we can see, because there's nobody doing anything like that. We don't have Coppola's. We don't have Lucas. We don't have Spielberg. Where are
but those guys were young when they were great. I mean, you have people like Christopher Nolan.
They were young. They're not. We don't have the young guys coming up.
Yeah, but you have Nolan. Like, Nolan's been making great films for years, and he's, I'm not saying like, I'm just saying you have him. I am trying to think of who else is coming, and like, I haven't seen it yet. I'm taking my kids to see Inside Out 2, but I've heard nothing but good things about Inside Out 2, which is a kids movie.
Yeah, I've heard
the first one was a good, and those are good movies in like teaching kids how to like the value of emotions and memories and all that stuff. And it's not coming to my brain right this minute, but there is a couple TV shows that I've seen.
Taylor Sheridan.
Taylor Sheridan's another good one.
Yeah.
Taylor Sheridan is somebody who's come up, but he's also in his 40s.
Yeah.
Almost to his 50s, I think.
And he's got years, but he doesn't have as many as like Lucas and Spielberg did when they started.
No, and he's doing show running. He's got a couple movies, but I mean, for the most part, he's a showrunner. I mean, there's just not a. We look at it the same. If you look at it the same way as we look at politics, where's the bullpen? Where are the up and comers that are, in their 20s and early 30s that are up and coming? I don't see it. I mean, you've got maybe the guy who does the John Wick stuff.
Oh, John Woo.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a few guys, but there's not a stable of up and comers in a bullpen that are ready to go. They're either being suppressed or they're giving us their best already, and we've already said this is no good.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's worth looking into even deeper, because there's probably a bunch of stuff out there that we're just missing, and it could be. I believe.
Sorry. I believe it's going to be kind of like this is kind of like that turning point where the market decides, you know what, we'll do it. And you have a bunch of people like for example, Epic Verse. You have Critical Drinkers film studio popping up. You have Rippaverse Studios doing their thing, whatnot, and people just start doing their own stuff, creating their own goodness. Daily Wire as well, and they start recruiting all of the people who are all the actors, the good actors that are looking for work, because the good actors need work. And they give them these scripts and they knock it out of the park, and they're making money now. Now Hollywood becomes less and less relevant in comparison to people just doing their own thing with like a $3,000 iPhone or some shit like that.
Yeah, here's where my question is for you on that, Sheep. How does that reach the younger generations? Because
they're all on the internet. You just put it on YouTube.
They are all on the internet, but I mean, us, as much as we like to think we're hip and with it, most of the people that are watching us are 30 to 60 years old. It's not the youth. For the most part, it's not the youth watching us. Daily Wire, Steven Crowder, those guys make money because boomers and Gen X are the ones supporting them, because they have the money to throw away money on watching something that the Daily Wire puts out. The kids are not going to be reached by the things that we are doing. It still has to be something that brings them in. I don't know what that is yet. That's where I'm going. I don't know what brings the youth into actually giving a crap again, because At the moment, they're watching TikTok and they're fine with 45-second whatevers. They don't give a crap about art of any kind for the most part. I've seen it in my daughters and my daughter's friends. They're far more likely to watch an hour and a half of 45-second videos on TikTok and Reels, and not YouTube Shorts, because nobody does that. But, TikTok and Reels. They'll watch an hour and a half of that over watching any motion picture that's being made or any TV show that's being made. I can't think of a single TV show that my 15 or 20-year-old daughters watch that isn't The Office or Community. That's all old stuff. They're not watching anything new. They discovered the old stuff when it started streaming, and that's what they watch. They don't give a crap about anything airing right now. They don't care about Star Wars. They don't care about anything being put out new on Disney Plus. They don't talk about any of it. They talk about, I still love The Office, Parks and Rec, and Community.
Well,
I'll watch those over and over and over before watching anything that's coming out.
First things first, good on them, because they're looking at what's happening, like what's dropping today, and they're just like, no, I don't want this. I want something funny. I want something good. So cool. But I understand what you're saying in that, like, those shows they're gonna eventually finish watching those shows. So what's next, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
are they gonna go to Cheers and Frasier?
Yeah.
As they get older? I mean, is it gonna be the same progression that we had? Because those were the shows that we watched, and then, as your tastes get a little bit older, sure, we went to Cheers, Frasier, we went to, different things that were more adultish, NCIS, whatever. But what is the gateway that gets them into watching anything good anymore? And what are we going to produce that's good that gets them into watching something good? Because all we're giving them is crap to watch. And we're the ones calling it out, saying that it's crap. So
we need something. We need something that's like a back-to-back of. Oh, welcome back, Grant. We need something like a back-to-back of, like, Barbie, Oppenheimer, Mario. What was that movie? Top Gun. Like, we need blockbusters to just like knock it out of the park if we're gonna get people. If we're gonna have the younger generation going to watch new stuff, you need a bunch of blockbuster new stuff that's actually good. And that's not what Hollywood's trying to do. The mainstream, at least. That's not.
Well, that's what I.
You're
what
asking
I'm trying
for too much.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say is, I get, maybe it is asking for too much, but like
it is.
People, especially in this sphere, there's so many creative people, so many people bitching about how bad the state of everything is, while shoveling money in their pockets. And I'm not saying that they need to do what I say with their money, but there's a lot that can be produced with that. There's a lot of good that can be made in partnership with people with that. And, again, Drinker's going to kill it with his series, because I think people are hungry for that genre again. I think it's going to be great. 24 was a huge hit in its day. I think we can get back to some crime thriller, and his universe is awesome. So, but again, it's something that, and that's not kids stuff necessarily at all, but you could do something that is more kid centric, and again, creating, talking with people who are like-minded, start a studio that is going to maybe be a little bit more kid friendly, and not to bring him up, but like when I when I spoke with Frog Tony the other day on my show, like he mentioned he's making a comic, and I said, okay, well, what's your comic about? And he said this very same thing, is that like there's nobody making comics for kids, where he's like, I don't see a bunch of comics being made for kids, so that's what I'm making.
I lean more towards a Jordan stance when it comes to making things for kids, personally.
What do you mean?
Fuck them kids. Like I'm writing, like if I'm writing.
Oh, you mean Michael Jordan? I thought you meant Montel Jordan.
No,
Not
Montel Jordan. Montel Jordan. No, but no, like when I and then he starts singing the song. This guy. But when it comes to me, for example, me drawing this manga, the manga it's like an all like an all age kind of thing. It's I mean, I guess you could say it's like, a like, young teen and up and kind of thing, but it's not something to the degree that children themselves can't read it. For example, like I'd show my kids horror movies, and horror movies for the most part are like the good ones, at least, are PG-13 or R and up, really. But PG-13 is allowable, and it's like it's fine if you trust your kid enough to be able to watch this stuff and have like a mature enough perspective of what's going on and how to grasp like the morals of the story or the message that the movie's trying to make or something like that, the book is trying to make. That's fine and dandy. That's what I want to do with my stories. It's like it's something that everybody can read and they can pull something from it. So it's more, I guess it's more of like the creator's focus. If they're making something for kids,
yeah,
cool. But that's not what I'm going for. However,
well, it needs to have some underlying message, though. Like it's I think that's what a lot of the new stuff is missing, is that there's nothing to be learned from what you're reading, and if there is something to be learned, it's superficial. Like we've talked about these things 1,000 times. It's more racism. Like that's what it comes down to. You get you got a tumor from your racism. Like that's not a lesson to be learned.
That can be dangerous in certain people.
And basically, and I'm not trying to be completely black-pilled. These are the questions that I asked when I decided to get into YouTube. I mean, I put it in my profile at one point. I'm here to fight the culture war because for my kids, it's probably already lost. But I'm going to be a grandfather in August. What is that next generation going to have? Because we've already let Hollywood take a whole generation from us. Maybe two. But how do we win back that next generation?
I think that is incredibly black pilled. I don't think it's as bad as you make it out to be. But I mean, some of it's well founded.
I know what they're doing, and they're not paying attention to what the things that we think are important. They don't think are important at all. It's not just the politics. I'm talking about the culture, the entertainment. And yeah, it could be very black-pilled, but that's what I'm worried about. I mean, we have let two generations basically be brainwashed by what Hollywood is pumping out. And that's the stuff that we're constantly talking about, how bad what they're pumping out is. Not just objectively bad as in it's bad writing, but the lessons that they're putting out right now for our kids. The stuff that they're grooming our kids with. We've lost two generations on that. Where do we turn that around? That's where the culture war needs to be focused, is where do we reclaim the high ground on this? And how do we get another generation to buy into it? Because what is going on right now is they are waiting for us to die off because they've already got our kids and maybe the kids below them. All right,
on what age you are. Stop trying to force feed us your black pills.
No, I'm being realistic.
No, I know.
We're looking at the numbers in the generations. I mean, this is what we're seeing. We're seeing that teenage males and 20-year-old males are leaning more towards what we're more about because they've been called racist and useless males for their whole lives. So they're fighting against it. But I mean, the whole thing is, when we die off, where's our voice? Because the rest of the mainstream has the other voices.
Well, I mean, that's why, like, what I was going to say is, in response to that, is it's not Hollywood's job to raise our kids. It's our job to raise our kids. And I mean, you know this better than any of us. You have the oldest kids. I mean, to some degree, we have to. I mean, I think the lesson that new parents and prospective parents need to realize is that your involvement with your kids is the most persuasive thing in their lives. And that's who's going to carry on. Like you will live a generation.
Being, that's the thing, but kids are easily swayed.
I don't. I think that's bullshit. I think the black pills that you guys are like ODing on are, like,
I'm not ODing on a black pill. I just literally all I've said was one thing. How's that black pill?
No, because because your kids are like, I mean, there's
You don't think kids are easily swayed by?
Of course, they're swayed.
By things that are, yeah. That's literally all I said.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that you have control. We have control over what our children see for the most part. Now, of course, you can't hide them from everything. They are going to see things, from their friends' houses, whatever. But we can equip them with our values the best that we can. It comes down to also finding partners that also share those values, so they're getting them from both mom and dad. And like, I think Hollywood has less power over our kids than we realize, but I think it does have power when we allow Hollywood to raise our kids more.
I think what it boils down to is instead of looking at it as like, how is this going to affect this society, like the country itself, you should put the focus more into how will it affect, like, your house. Just leave it at least, like, start at your house, and then from there you just got to go with, as cliche as this sounds, you got to go with God, and just hope that they carry on the legacy that you want them to carry on.
That is the hope. What you guys are underestimating is teenage rebellion and,
of course,
peer pressure.
Yeah,
I will shoot that little motherfucker. No, I'm joking.
But like, how about for example,
I've been through it now. I've got one that's 20 and one that's 15.
But
it's
listen
hard
to Grandpa.
Get them
He knows best.
It's hard to get them to still abide by the structure and the values that you put into them when they're the only one of their friends that has any of those values. It's that prevalent in society. Unless you're going to do the homeschooling thing, and that also, homeschooling has its own issues. I mean, A, you've got to be able to afford to do the homeschooling thing, and B, they're not getting the social structure that, it takes to adapt to society. I know plenty of homeschooled people that they got their first taste of society and ran screaming back to their mommy and daddy. I mean, there are issues with every one of these things.
Glad I'm not Amish.
But the thing is, I can instill everything I want to and hope that it all sticks. But there's still individual people, and the societal peer pressure. I'm not saying Hollywood's doing it, but if Hollywood is getting to people who don't have the values and they're your kids' friends, that peer pressure and the rebellion in the teenage years, you can hope they come back in their 20s. And a lot of them do, because the teenage years are, rebellious. We all knew that. We all went through that. We all did that for the most part, I think, right?
I did.
But
yeah,
you have to hope that those values override everything else that society is pushing on them. And it's hard when society is so one-sided against the values that we're trying to put into them at this point. You can think you're affecting the kids a ton. Trust me, they get to an age where what you're affecting, it's either you've pushed too hard or you didn't push enough. There's very, very seldom a time where you have gotten it baked into the cake correctly.
Yeah, and I don't and I don't pretend to know what it's like to have teenagers. What I do know is that at one point I looked at my mom in my mid-20s and apologized for every shitty rebellious thing I did, and realized what I had done, or realized what all the lessons she had tried to instill in me, and I've tried to take those and implement since then. And
that's the hope that you come out of the teens.
Right. Yeah. And I realize that it's not perfect. I realize that you're going to lose people, and that's just, no one makes it out alive is the thing. And I know people don't always like that answer, but it's the truth.
I don't think anyone expects it to be perfect, though, at the same time.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Life isn't. And if it was, it wouldn't be worth it.
True.
But look at the degradation between say our parents' generation to our parents' generation to our generation. And at what point did dropping the F-bomb every other word become something that was societally acceptable?
I don't fucking know. We just fucking do it.
I'm just talking about stuff like that. I mean, that's it.
Billy Connolly.
The degradation is where we're losing the battle.
It will here's another solution that I could offer, and it's something that I'm trying to figure out myself, and its implementation is give your kids purpose, and not in the way of like, and I mean like real purpose. The one thing I really like that Sheep does and Amarada does, and I know Grant, I think you've talked about this too. I don't know if you've done it, Brahma, or do it, but is like growing your own food, like making that part of your day. We haven't, as humans, like probably our great grandparents were the last ones that were like looking for food, and proper indoor plumbing, in a, you know what I mean? Like it's, we are so pampered, and we are thankful for that. But beyond, I mean, we don't wake up wondering where our food's coming from, right? We just know, we just go over to the Sam's Club or whatever, grab what you need, go home, make it, and I'm fine. I have a warm shower when I'm cold, turn on the AC when it's hot, or whatever. And because of that, there's like, well, I don't have any purpose, so now I have to invent a problem to solve on my own. And I know we've talked about this before, but when you have the higher purpose, I have to make food for myself. I have to figure out where clean water's coming from. You don't have time to be online or in front of a TV taking all this shit in. So everything that we can do to teach the value of that higher purpose will help combat that, being outside, getting those skills. I know.
DSP doesn't have any kids.
What's that?
I said, I'm glad DSP doesn't have any kids.
So I was a history major. I can't remember the full saying. I think everybody knows it. Hard times produce strong men. Strong men.
Yep.
Good times.
And you get to good times produce weak men. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure we're at the cycle.
We're at the turn to the next.
That we're producing weak men. And just looking at the bigger picture, I mean, yes, we can individually do things with our kids. We can do what we can to raise them. But I strongly believe in looking back at the cycles of history. And we're at that point where good times are producing weak men. And we can do the individual thing, but as a society, we have gotten to the point where we're producing weak. And that's a cyclical thing. I don't think it's a black-pilled thing. I think that's we never learn from history, and it is one of those things that is always going to happen, and that's where we're at in the cycle right now. So,
well, that's the beauty of revisionist history, because that's how we all look at history. We all assume we're not going to make the same mistakes that were made before, based purely simply on the fact that we know about it. But it still happens.
It happens
and they
every
thought
time.
the same thing as well. Yeah.
Every empire, all failed to the same stuff.
Yeah. So,
again, you may think I'm being black-pilled. I don't feel like I'm being black-pilled. I'm trying to give us a warning that, this is the cycles that happen, and this is where we're at. And it's not just, the kid stuff, and it's absolutely not the whole thing with entertainment. I just think that we've become an extravagant society that, we're not going to get nice things coming, because we're going to go into hard times.
I think we're going from hard times to the good times. I think that's where we are personally. Like, a lot of people are starting to realize what's going on in the I guess you could say the atmosphere, not the atmosphere, but you know what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people are recognizing what's going on. They're just like, yeah, this ain't cool. They're going to turn this around. That's why a lot of people are looking less at Biden, more at Trump, for example.
Yeah. I don't know.
Then you've got to look
at Javier Milei.
You've got to look at a global picture. You've got to look at everything going on in the world. It's not just the United States.
The start is getting our fucking stop sending our fucking tax dollars to wars we shouldn't be a part of. That's the start.
Yeah,
that's just,
try and aim for a smaller goal to start with, something that's more attainable. Like, I don't know.
Well, that is where we try to aim at it with our kids.
Yeah.
Sorry, Grant, I stepped on you. Say again.
That's all right. Don't tread on me.
No step on neck.
Oh man. Well, I think Sheep's gonna head out. He's had a long day.
Well, it's not that I have a long day. It's that I'm cutting into Amarada's recording time.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
So I'm gonna go ahead and head out.
All right, buddy.
You can't have an angry black man in the background. He's not a Democrat.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and let y'all know that the Ripverse will be in Denver Fan Expo, 4th of July weekend. So show up, say hi, get some shit, take pictures, all that stuff.
Sweet.
We will be there, me and Amarada. Also, Gooding, the polymath, is right around the fucking corner. And when I say right around the corner, I mean right around the corner.
Nice.
So, you want to be on the lookout for that as well. Also, go to fandemonium.locals.com. Read the prologue of my my manga. It's called Fandemonium, and follow me on Twitter, I guess, at Cheap City. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I got.
Do we know the dates for Denver yet, or did you say them?
Was it the 3rd? It's for the Fan Expo, so I think it's the 3rd to the 7th, I believe.
July.
Yeah.
Oh, the 4th to the 7th. So yeah.
Good thing the polyamorous.
Stop that silver ogre. It's time. Go to bed. All right. I'm gonna get out of here. Peace out, y'all.
All right, later, man.
See y'all next week.
Hell yeah.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Yeah. I think overall people will be okay. I hate thinking like, oh, it's going to get so much worse. It probably will get a bit worse. I still do think that we live in a great time. The possibilities, I think there's a possibility that we could turn things around without real catastrophe. But the problem is, I think it comes down to what to do about it. Like how do we convince people to take control of their lives again and not allow government and other entities
by allowing the government to control people's lives? It's the only way they're gonna be able to do it.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. Like once they've got their foothold in it, they'll realize that no, I don't want the government to be able to control every little thing that I do or say or that. They'll actually want something to fight for. Then they'll band together. Then they'll have a purpose.
Yeah.
And then in years time, when they tell their kids about the struggles that they had and how they overcome, the kids won't care about it, and they'll let the government do it all over again. And we'll be back here in another 120 years.
You're not wrong. Pepina says, "Oh, these next 5 months ain't going to be fun." It's true. This election year is fucked. I think. Like, I don't see anything good about the outcome being like. Either way, one side's going to blame the other for it. Either side's going to blame some sort of election interference or, wrongdoing. There's no doubt about that because they did it. Dems did it in 2016. They'll do it again if Trump wins.
I think there's a saying that hasn't really been as prevalent for quite a long time, but I think you'll see it this time. I think you'll see the reemergence of the silent majority.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people who just won't talk about it, won't speak up or anything like that. But you know how they feel. You know what they're about.
Well, we're already seeing it in the polls here.
Yeah,
Trump's up 18 points in Iowa. That's unheard of.
That makes no sense.
Republicans always under poll. I mean, if he's 18 points up, that's realistically 23 points up. Wisconsin almost always goes with Wisconsin or with Iowa. So you're seeing the polling saying that, yeah, people are fed up with it. But that's also Trump versus Biden.
Yeah, it's wild. I don't even know what to think about it. It's like
I'd be willing to put money on it that Biden doesn't make it past the convention.
Yeah, man. I just don't see him.
Do you think the nuisance will jump in?
No, I think it's going to be Hillary Clinton, because they already believe that that she beat him once. And I think at the convention, she's suddenly started popping her head back out, everybody. I mean, we've seen her all over TV for the past couple weeks. I think they are setting it up, saying, well, Hillary beat him once. It was a stolen election. Biden and Hillary are the only ones
Isn't that funny that you can talk about a stolen election now?
I know. But I think that's the thinking they're going to go with. I think they're going to install Hillary because, remember, Bill Clinton was the first black president. They're losing the black vote. I think they're going to look at Hillary as the savior, and I think they're going to install her at the convention.
They should go with Big Mike.
Michelle has actually said there's not a chance in hell she would ever get into politics. Bongino has confirmed it. He was on the Secret Service detail. She hates politics. She wants nothing to do with politics. That's not going to happen. But Hillary is still desperate to be the president and still thinks she got robbed. Newsom, I don't think, is there. Hakeem Jeffries doesn't have the name recognition. And if you're trying to get the black vote back, you go with Hillary Clinton.
But then again, Obama basically came out of nowhere as well.
Obama
there could be some
bred for it.
Well, I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying, like, the world didn't know of Obama until he was basically confirmed that he was going to be running the Democrats.
Yeah,
that's when 99.99% of the world even heard that name for the first time.
He was a one-term senator that voted present for almost every vote that he was at. He never had any kind of voting record to even look at. He was a community organizer. He started his campaign in Bill Ayer's living room. You know, the guy who was part of Weather Underground that actually bombed the Capitol building. You know, actual insurrection type stuff. But, you know, Obama.
Oh, yeah, but that was before they changed the definition of it, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, that's not important now. Yeah,
it was just actual destruction of property. You know, fiery, mostly peaceful. But yeah, I think Kamala also, the only person she would bend the knee to is Hillary. So, we'll see. But I don't see it coming down to Trump versus Biden. I think that's the reason that they have the debate next week, long before the conventions, long before the debates ever were in any other presidential election, to see what Biden actually looks like up against Trump. And if he looks like crap, they're going to take him out at the convention.
Do you think he'll be impeached or he'll be forced to step down?
I think they'll just tell him at the convention, we're nominating another nominee.
Really?
Can that be
when do
done?
the Democrats care about anything about votes?
No, but I mean, like logistically, he's the head of that. Like,
logistically, the Democrats run their convention through superdelegates.
Well, yeah, because you elect the party, not the person. So that means that, say, for instance, if they decide, let's just say tomorrow, that the Democrats want Hillary to run it, does that mean that she automatically goes in as president now?
No, at the convention, the party can nominate anybody they want. I mean, technically, there were primaries, but the way the Democrats do it, they have what are called superdelegates that basically override all the actual delegates. The superdelegates can vote whatever they want. The delegates have to abide by what the state said in the primary, but the superdelegates, they can vote for whoever they want. That's basically how they defeated Bernie years ago.
Well, they pulled the rug out from him. Bernie was.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe Bernie didn't get in. Like, I was genuinely Because even though it was even a few Republicans that I knew at the time, well, it was actually a fair few of them that didn't mind Bernie because they didn't really see him as a true Democrat. But then he went full socialist, and then that was when they thought he actually had a spine, and they realized that he's actually a jellyfish because doesn't want to lose those 3 homes that he's got, like most people from Vermont.
A lot of this, Bongino is saying a lot of this too, but the whole video of Biden being pulled off stage by Obama after Biden froze up for, the cheap fake, as they're now calling it. Obama is doing some messaging there. He's basically like, yeah, I'm in charge of this guy. I can take him by the hand and guide him off the stage. I can push him out whenever we need to.
Yeah, I think
all
all
that
that
way he
stuff.
can come back right, is there?
What's that?
There's no way Obama can come back right.
No.
Only 2 terms.
2 terms. It's in the Constitution at this point, ever since FDR.
Yep.
I am concerned that it seems very, very possible that they would switch up the candidate, because Biden's just been on the decline he's been on the decline for a while, but it seems to have taken its toll very, very badly over the last couple of months. I just don't see how he makes it through. I don't think he's going to die, but I don't think cognitively he could possibly do it. I've heard there's been a couple of people talk about how, like, Trump at his rallies is like, it's insane how lucid he is and like how with it he is and how different he is compared to like how the media portrays him versus like with Biden, how it's like he's not even there,
Yeah. Well, and you can see it in the way they're talking, because the media talking points have been, well, all Trump has to do is show up and speak in 2 sentences and prove that he's not dead. That's the projection that the leftists do. That's what they actually think about Biden. The leftist will always tell you what they think is going on or what is happening on their side when they project it onto your side. So if they're saying Trump he's got a low bar to pass, I mean, all he has to do is get through a sentence and stay alive. It's like, okay, so we know exactly what you think of Biden now.
Yeah. Oh, this 2024 is going to be, it'll be interesting. It'll be an interesting holiday if Trump wins. Everyone's dinners are going to be really awkward. That's for sure.
Not mine.
But no, true. Yeah,
I'll be freaking fine.
Well, I don't know, man.
Wait, you like Trump? Oh, you think you know a guy? Jeez.
Right?
Next thing you're going to tell me you're Republican.
No, I'm conservative and unaffiliated.
Okay, Arsenal said, read my chat for $2. I'm going to read it how I think he said it. I have a question, and I mean this with all respect as possible. Why does Grant give a shit about U.S. politics? And why is he piping up about it so much? Respect, of course. I've noticed this with other two. Wait, what? I've noticed this with
it sounds
others too.
respectful.
Because as a foreigner, he can't, dude. Hold on. Because as a foreigner, he can't make any change. We need to be talking amongst ourselves and not to foreigners. When they agree or disagree with us, doesn't matter. Sorry, I had to do it. I not the big red.
Well, as a foreigner, you should know I've already voted for Biden. So,
dude, all you got to do is sprint across the southern border. Just fly into Mexico City, hop in the truck, and just run across. You'll be fine. We'll get you set up. We'll get you bank card and everything
in a matter of minutes.
Yeah,
whole bunch of money, and then
¿Cómo estás, Democrat? Yes.
Basically.
Arkansas for $10 says you earned this. Thanks, man. Those big brain plays, baby. Big brain.
And also, I don't know if you realize this, but what happens in America with politics affects the world.
It does. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
and I think I honestly think that world politics would change quite a bit, even with Biden staying, so.
Well, we're seeing a mirror of the first time that Trump was elected, because the EU just went far right.
Yeah.
I mean, not far right. They just shifted to the right.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of elections that went to the right. That's exactly the same as Brexit went. And everybody was shocked that Brexit happened. And then everybody was shocked that Trump happened.
Yep.
People are sick of the leftist shit.
Yeah.
You've got a direct comparison now. You've got Trump was already a president. You've got Joe Biden has been the president. Everybody can see that things were better under Trump than they've been under Joe Biden.
No, that was all because of Obama. You see, it takes 4 years to for
Yeah.
everything to come with it, except for when there's a second bad term for the Democrat. Then that's yeah.
Yep. So I mean, this is an unusual election in that we have that direct comparison.
Yeah.
The guy's already done it, and the guy's already doing it. I mean, they can say Trump is going to arrest everybody, blah, 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 that he's going to be a fascist, he's going to deport everybody. Sure, he might, because he's the lame duck president, and he can do what he wants at that point.
Yeah,
but we've already
but I mean,
seen his first term, and he didn't do any of that.
Yeah, I was going to say, how much of the
closed the
swamp was
border.
drained?
Well,
Right.
Trump was
He didn't
pretty
get-
left on his border policy, wasn't he? Like he was pretty
He had to stay
liberal.
in Mexico.
Yeah.
That was at least something that didn't allow 11 million immigrants or illegals into the country.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or maybe I'm thinking the other way around. Obama was super conservative with his border policy. That's what I'm thinking of. Sorry, I got it mixed up. Sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt.
Obama was more.
Obama built the cages.
Well, the Democrats at that time were far harder on illegal immigration than they are now.
Yep.
I mean, there was a
Order in
time where
chief.
they were spouting the exact same thing that Trump was.
Yeah.
But since it's coming from Trump, they have a problem with it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's not. I mean, he's not establishment. They don't want him in there. He's disrupting their power balance, especially in the world too. With pulling out of the
The climate
Paris
Accords.
Accord. Yeah.
Yep. And he would dissolve NATO in a matter of seconds, as far as the U.S. is concerned.
Yeah.
Because Russia is not the Soviet Union anymore.
Mhm.
NATO was designed to be a blockade against the Soviet Union, not Russia. All that we've done with NATO is get into another war.
Yeah. I mean, does anyone actually believe that people are going to use nuclear weapons at this point? Is that really something that's on the table? I don't mean to be even naive, but it doesn't even seem like even people who are even North Korea knows not to use something like that, I feel like. But I mean, if they had them.
Well, you've got Putin with supposedly failing health. He's got a legacy. Here's the thing with Putin, from my perspective. Don't take this wrong. I don't think Putin's a great guy. But what I do see from Putin is he's far more concerned about his country than he is about the globalist crap.
Yeah.
And I would like to see more of that from every other country, including ours. Putin saw that NATO was going to encroach across the line that they were not supposed to encroach by inviting Ukraine into NATO. That was a line that was not supposed to be crossed by multiple treaties. Joe Biden, when he got in, basically said, yeah, we want Ukraine as part of NATO. That's like planting the nukes in Cuba right off of our, putting them right in our neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
That's no different to Russia than it is Cuba to us. And that's why he's doing these war games right now, 60 miles off the coast in Florida, reminding us, hey guys, how do you like having a neighbor that is openly hostile to you? Ukraine was supposed to be the in Star Trek terms, the demilitarized zone or the neutral zone,
Right.
right? We're the ones who pushed that. He said no. I would like more nationalism. I respect that in Putin. I don't think he's a good guy. I don't think the Russians are, a great country to be looking up to in any way. But I respect a country that says, no, we're going to fight for our survival. Who cares about the globalist crap?
Yeah.
Because they're not going to attack Poland. Even if they took Ukraine, they're not going to attack Poland. They're not going to attack into the NATO countries. That's suicide.
Yeah.
They're not going to do it. The fact that they sat there and were like, yep, we want NATO to bring in Ukraine, that's a direct threat to Russia. And that's just push. And I don't know when everything flipped, because during the Romney-Obama stuff, Romney said Russia's a major threat. And Obama was like, the 1980s called and wants their foreign policy back. And then suddenly Trump's in and Russia is enemy number one again. Obama let them invade Crimea.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't do crap under Trump because they were scared to death of a guy who's crazy enough to pull a trigger. And then the second Biden got in, boom, we're right back to Russia doing stuff. We're not leading through strength.
No, I agree. I want to just address this real quick. Please pick the best person to decide what we should all do. Deal? No, and I think this is a good comment, because I think we all realize, at least on this panel, that the president is a figurehead. He's a spokesperson for our country. I think at best, really. I mean, he's commander in chief, which sometimes can get a little dicey, but for the most part, the people who are the real problem is, I think, is Congress. The Senate and the House of Representatives have royally fucked the American people. And I've told people a lot, you need to pay more attention to your local politics, as that's where a lot of the influence is in close to you. But Congress has really screwed the American people. I don't think the president has power, but he's not the real influence in this country. I don't think
he is in certain things.
He is, and that's where
politics is extremely important.
Right.
But we're all feeling the pain of presidential politics over this last 4 years.
Right.
All of our costs have risen.
Well, and kind of like what you're saying is it's our lack of national strength is I think one of the reasons you're seeing what's going on, even under Trump, with the whole warp speed thing. I think that was a huge mistake. I think he was doing what he was thinking he was best, but it's still a weak point of his presidency for sure.
But even the doctors, like Dr. Birx, flat out said that they were lying to him the whole time.
Yeah. No, and
he was doing what he thought was best based on the information he was given. The thing is, I think if he gets in again, he does not surround himself with anybody that is not completely loyal.
Yeah.
And they may see that as a bad thing, but I see it as he learned his lesson.
Yep.
He will be more effective in the second term if he gets in.
I would hope so. Again, I have never seen Trump live at his rallies, but I've heard recently that he is a completely different person than media paints him to be. They take him out of context. He's a funny dude.
He connects with people.
Yeah, he connects with people. He's just trying to take the piss out of everyone and just be a regular guy, while also trying to even though he's a billionaire, a millionaire, whatever. He's still trying to connect with people on a more real level than someone like Biden or a lot of the other Democrats that have come across our way. I still to this day I can't believe he said that if you don't vote, if you
don't vote for me, you ain't black.
You ain't black. And that guy just sat there and was like, oh, okay.
That was Charlemagne the God.
Yeah. It was even worse. Like, I don't know.
Now, here's a hot take for you.
Mm.
Wouldn't it be awesome if he appoints Don Jr. as the VP? So even if they do take him out, they just get another version of Trump coming up.
See, I think this is where I have to disagree. It would be funny, but I don't think it would be effective. And because I do think the thing about Trump is that he can't be the meme all the time. And I don't know if he does it on purpose or what, but like he does need to surround himself with a strong cabinet. I think that's a lot of what he's missing. He does, and maybe this first time around, he learned a lot from all that. But this second term, if he gets in, like he needs to surround himself with good, smart people that genuinely have the American people on their mind. And I hope that we're able to get something done with the border. I think the border is a mess. I don't know. There's so much wrong.
The thing with the first Trump term was I don't even think Trump believed honestly that he was going to win. I don't think he was prepared with his cabinet. And we saw multiple people leave that cabinet. I mean, the people that stuck around, Ben Carson, Betsy DeVos, in the Department of Education, that kind of stuff. I mean, they were ideologically aligned with him, I think. And I think he knows who's ideologically aligned with him now. It's been another 4 years after 4 years of crap during his presidency. I mean, he was sabotaged from day one. So I think he will, if he gets in there, he will put in the people that actually need to be there to make things happen.
Yeah. I'd like to see Vivek as a
duck,
cabinet person.
He doesn't have to worry about re-election.
Right.
He just has to worry about them impeaching him 5 or 6 times unless we give him the Congress too.
Bro, it's wild to see that whole thing happen. Well, the problem is now is like setting the precedent with what they did with him legally. Yeah. Like that sets a horrible precedent now. And it's one thing I worry because Trump's not afraid to sue people, and get into legal battles.
He had the chance of lock her up the whole time, but he didn't do what Biden did.
Yeah.
He didn't go after Hillary. Hillary could have been locked up. She had those classified documents on a personal server. No different than what he's being accused of in the classified documents case, at least. That server was hacked. They told us that. The DNC was hacked. He didn't go after her, but they've now come after him. So, I mean, we crossed the Rubicon. It's now fair game. I mean, at some point, the Republicans have to start playing the Democrats' game. You have to fight fire with fire. As bad as that may be the only way that you get them to stop doing stuff that is out of the norm.
Yeah, but an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
But if it blows back on them, then we have mutual destruction. But it has to blow back on them before they realize there is mutual destruction. It is no different than the Cold War. You have to stand up and be the strong man there. And if they're going to play the lawfare game, I mean, even with the elections, right? So Laura Trump is now in charge of the RNC. Yeah, they're going to do the ballot harvesting in every state that ballot harvesting is legal. They are not going to encourage Republicans to vote on the day of the election. If there's early voting, you go vote. You don't maybe get caught up in a snowstorm. You don't maybe have somebody have a medical emergency to where you can't vote. Day one, go vote. Take 10 people with you. Play their game. If they can do it, and that's the rules right now, it's not breaking any rules. It's not doing anything outside of the norm. You go do it. If we then want to institute a national election day where everybody gets a day off, a federal holiday to vote, Make it law.
Yeah.
But right now you play by their rules because they're the ones that have made the rules. You have to play by those rules. No different with the lawfare. They've now made the rules. It's no different than when Harry Reid dissolved the filibuster for judges. They didn't think it would come back to bite them.
Yeah.
And we've got 3 Supreme Court justices because they dissolved those rules.
Yeah.
You have to punch them back in the face so that they learn a lesson.
In Minecraft.
Sure.
Sorry.
In Minecraft. I mean, yeah, we're talking, metaphorically, but I mean, it's politics. You've got to bloody some noses. You can't continue to just play nice and get rolled over every time anything comes up. If somebody's going to go nuclear on you, you have to be willing to go nuclear too. I mean, it's not pretty. It's not what I would like to see. I would like to see us take the high road, but the high road is killing us.
Yeah, I can see. No, it certainly is. It's just, it's concerning, because you don't want to stoop to people's level either. But yeah, it certainly seems to be costing. It seems to be costing Republicans in the long run.
Well, and I would say it's a lot more than Trump. Steve Bannon's going to jail. The guy from Alex Jones's network, Owen Schreier, went to jail just for being at January 6th as a reporter. All the January 6th people that didn't do anything other than go into the building after being invited in by cops.
Wait, Owen Schreier, the one that Adam had on a show recently?
I don't know if Adam had him on, but yeah, Owen Schreier went to jail for like 90 days.
Wow.
For January 6th. Just for being there in a reporter position. He, I mean, you can say what you will about Alex Jones Network, but yeah, I mean, they're basically reporters. I mean, journalists. They may not have the documentation that MSNBC does or CNN or whoever, but yeah, it's more lawfare than just Trump. Just like the guy from New York we were talking about earlier tonight that built guns in his apartment as a hobby because he likes building guns. Never shot one, never sold one, is going to jail for 10 to 20 years. Is actually in jail right now. He's in Rikers right now. Because the judge said the Second Amendment does not apply in my court.
Openly said that?
Yes, the judge said it to the defense. Do not bring up the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment does not apply in my court.
Wow.
Said it out loud. So it's not just the Trump cases. The Trump cases are bad enough that they're going after a former president. They were already coming after the right. Why do you think they need 87,000 more IRS agents? There's a lot more than just the Trump cases. They've been doing it for a long time. Lois Lerner in the IRS during Obama, going after all the conservative groups. That's lawfare.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 10 years of it now.
Right.
We did take the high road. It's time to go back at them. They went after the former president. This is the time where you start making them pay attention to what is actually going on in the country. And you put it right back at them. I mean, you can't just keep taking the high road. I mean, it's just not something that works. They will always go low. Michelle Obama says they will, they go low, we go high. No, they've gone low at every point. They want to pack the court. That's nothing we've ever considered.
Yeah, no, it's true. But people, yeah, it's just how it's like people are made to believe that if they do pack the court, that it will be better, So the issue is they don't understand. Regular people don't understand the fallout that can come from doing that. It's like, oh, okay, well, you pack the court with the people you want. Well, what happens when
That's
everything
a completely separate arms race?
Right.
They pack the court, we repack the court. They pack. Sooner or later, you got 150 Supreme Court justices, because the thing is, it has to be stopped as early as it can. So you cannot let these grievances go by. They have to be aware that we will play the same game they will.
Sean says, also from an objective standpoint, impeachment of Clinton over that was a hit piece too. So why is that okay for opposition to do, but get upset when the table is flipped? Yeah, no, it is checks and balances. The big issue I see with politics is that it's a giant, it's just a big dick measuring contest a lot of times, and it's a lot of
politics is
right. It's a bunch of flexing on one side or the other. It's why you see and especially with Trump, you saw like a big swing. It's like, oh, we're going to impeach him. We're going to impeach him. He's going to be impeached. Don't worry, he's not going to make it. And they never got him on anything. But if a Democrat's in there, the Republicans are saying the same shit. Oh, we're gonna impeach Biden. We're gonna impeach, and it's like, okay, well, if he actually did something wrong, okay.
Okay. But here's the thing we got to get back to ultimately.
Yeah.
The federal government and the state government and the local government, we're in a republic. They are supposed to work for us. At this point in time, we work for them. They take how much of our money in taxes to do things that they want to do? They work for us. The whole government, the beauty of this government is that it is designed to work for the people, not for us to work for them. They are supposed to be answering to us. We need to get back to that. We need to start electing people that do what we say they're supposed to do from each individual state or each individual city in your local government. The government has forgotten that we're the ones in charge. It is by the people. It is not the government is the end all be all.
The government
we're
should
the ones
fear the
supposed
people.
to be giving the orders here.
Yeah. The government should fear the people, not the other way around.
Yeah, they better start fearing the people. And that's not a threat. We need to get back to that level. Because the original government, they weren't lifetime politicians. They were farmers that went to Congress for a few months, voted on stuff, and went back to their farms. We did not have an elite level of society that were politicians. And now we have a caste system in this country. And that's not how it's supposed to work.
Nope. Well, heavy topic to end on, but it was a good discussion either way. Let's wrap it up. It's late. I'm ready to hit the hay. Grant, what do you got coming up? Anything major, Mr. 500,000?
No, just gonna be doing what I've been doing, and just hanging out and having a bit of fun. Why not? Because God knows we're gonna need it this year.
Yep. Brahma, what do you got coming up?
Sorry, everybody. But yeah, it was a good talk, I think.
Yeah.
What do I got coming up? Thursday night Throwdown, tomorrow on Comics Channel, Ascendant Art on Friday night. I don't know if we're doing a show on Saturday. We're waiting to see if the cup is won, because Bourbon and Boarding, we're not going to do another show until the cup is won, because there's not enough games to actually make a show out of. So we will do a year wrap up for the NHL on whatever Saturday is the Saturday after the cup is won. So we'll see.
Cool.
And then next week, Thursday night, me and Little Chad are going to launch our new political show that will normally take place on Sunday mornings, but we're going to do a live watch along of the debate. So
nice.
If you like anything that I was saying tonight, come watch the debate with us, because it should be a hell of a time.
And as for me, you can always catch me here on this channel, on the Shagsworth. I do my Ready Set Shag podcast Monday and Thursday evenings, usually 8:30 p.m. Mountain Time. Tomorrow night I'll be just hanging out. We're gonna probably play some games over on Twitch and on my YouTube gaming channel. Please, we're doing. If you guys aren't in the Discord, might I suggest you guys join the Discord? Trying to build a community over there to talk about a bunch of stuff. We have meme channels. We have discussions on politics. Discussions. You could post your favorite recipes in there. You could post your favorite music in there, and you can tailor the experience right to whatever you want it to be. The link is in the description below. I really hope that you guys the command's not working right now. I apologize, Ark. If you can just put the link in chat, that'd be awesome. Sorry. But join the Discord. We're having a lot of fun. We're building it out. It's a brand new setup. Let's see. I had something important to say, and I totally forgot.
Oh, Grant put that actual quote from the judge in the private chat.
So the judge quote said, "Do not bring the Second Amendment into this courtroom. It doesn't exist here, so you can't argue Second Amendment. This is New York." Wow.
Disbar immediately.
Wow. Yeah, it seems like immediate grounds. What was I going to? Man, there was something I was going to mention. Well, really, what I do want to mention is there's been a lot of people who's helped me with this Discord so far. Levistro, Arcasul, all of my mods have been extremely big helps in getting me like situated. And King Deplorables, Metastep, Cream NATO, Nasmer, the Malware, Space Zombie, Sonia Lisette. You guys have all really been a big help, and I just want to thank you. And of course, to all the members as well. All the channel members have been like huge, integral into growing the channel. I keep saying too that if you want to see this channel grow beyond what it is, if you want to see this go to the next level, your memberships help do that. Super chats help do that. Thank you guys for the super chats tonight. Hope you had fun. It's been a great discussion. Thank you, Brahma. Thank you, Grant. Thank you to the regular panelists, Nogreenrocks. Thank you, Sheep, for being fun. And Culture Casino, he had to go to bed early, but it's always a pleasure talking with Culture. We'll see you guys next time. Tomorrow night, about 9:30 p.m. Mountain Time on Twitch and on my YouTube gaming channel. Check it out. We'll see you guys then. Take it easy.
Night, everybody.